3.
Everybody, welcome to the City Council meeting of Tuesday, March the 3rd. It's just after 2, and we're about to go in camera for some discussions, and then we'll be coming back in a couple hours for 4 p.m. for the regular scheduled council meeting. So to get things started, we need a motion to go in camera. Moved by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Newestag. Any discussions? Yes, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For clarification, last week I asked if we would be having any discussions on amalgamation like the other municipalities were, and in an article posted on the 27th, you and the CAO stated that the amalgamation conversation or governance review may go in camera. Looking at the in-camera resolution, it's hard to determine if amalgamation or governance structure will be discussed. So if amalgamation or governance structure is discussed in camera, I will not participate in it, and I will leave the meeting. I believe that this discussion should be in public, start in public, have public participation. In 2023, 3 West Niagara municipalities held an in-camera discussion, and the Ombudsman stated that parts of that meeting should have been in an open council. So I will put the motion forward to go into in-camera for the other issues on it, but I will not participate in any amalgamation discussions.
And I wish the CAO was here right now, Councillor, because he could explain that he does have some sensitive information that he wants. This is not about a discussion about amalgamation. It's about sharing some facts with council so you can make an informed decision rather than arbitrary or what we hear in the news, so we can actually get the facts. So he's done some preliminary analysis on different scenarios, and he wanted to share the actual analytical information he's put together. That's what it's about. If you choose to not be a part of that, that's your decision. But I'm not sure why you would ignore that, but I understand your rationale. So that's your decision.
Okay, so, thank you. I just want to clarify, I did ask to have a discussion, and I pointed to other municipalities, and I thought the discussion was going to be in open council. So I just want to clarify that. But I do understand and appreciate your comments on it.
Yeah, and for clarity, you never asked for it to be a public discussion. You asked for some discussion, and we're having that, but with facts. Because I watched the public meeting last night in St. Catharines. We're just looking for facts that's going to move the ball forward, not repeating the same thing over and over again. We know there are 3 main concerns people have, so everybody's been invited to send their comments in writing to the chair. So that's the most effective way to get their information shared across to the province, is to do it through the chair. So, and the big beef people have had, there's no data. There's no metrics on this. And so that's what the Premier's, that's what our CAO is trying to do, is give us some hard facts and some hard data. Yes, Councillor Carrier? Well, I mean, you can comment on the motion. Yep.
To do what the councilor's doing. I prefer to go on camera because I'm right now elected by the city of Niagara Falls people, taxpayers from Niagara Falls. This is kind of going to be a battle. I think if it gets to this, it's going to be a battle. And I'd rather be going in behind closed doors to see what would be the strategic way for us to push. And I don't think we really would want to do that in front of everybody else, because I get the feeling that this is going to be everybody's going to want to go their own way to suit the people of their community the best. Well, I think that I'd rather go and listen to what we can do to give you the information that could best help do what is best for our city, which I don't think we'd want to share in an open meeting. So I don't think it's bad to have a look at what's going on behind closed doors. Anyway, that's my feeling.
Well, and I agree. With transit too, there was some discussion around strategies for buying buses or not buying buses. So I mean, in this case too, we need to talk about things like our debt and our deficits and our reserves, what DC reserve. There's a lot of information, strategic information that I think we need somebody with a corporate finance background like Jason, who spent 18 years at Deloitte in corporate finance, and he worked at the region, in fact, as well as the Commissioner of Corporate Services. So I think he's in a position to offer us some good strategic advice.
I'm assuming that most municipalities are going to try to do what's best for them.
Yeah.
So I'd like to try and do what's best for us.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. So, so we've heard the motion. If there's no further discussion, the motion or the vote is to go in camera. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you very much. And we'll resume right afterwards, 4 p.m. Everybody, welcome back. We just concluded our in-camera meeting, and we're now going to get started with open session. Today is Tuesday, March the 3rd, and welcome to all of our council. I know that we've got a couple councilors away, but we do have quorum, just barely. So we'll get through this, I'm sure. No one's allowed to leave. So if anyone has any ideas, don't do it. Hang around, and let's start off our meeting with the traditional way of singing the national anthem. And I do have a couple of guests who are going to sing for us today. So Isabella and Everett, do you want to go up to the little microphone there, guys? And I'm gonna introduce you guys. Is it on? Can we tell? Is it on, Ted? Is the little light on? Okay, good. So I'm going to introduce you guys first, okay? So I was already interviewing them. I was interviewing them before we started. And Isabella and Everett are brother and sister. They're a duo. And Isabella is 5 years old, and Everett is 4 years old. Isabella began singing and dancing in September, so recently made her stage debut in The Wizard of Oz as an adorable little munchkin. So that's right. Everett has not had any formal training, but he's got a natural ear for music, and he quickly picks up songs and choreography. They're very excited to perform the Canadian National Anthem today at our city council meeting. So whenever you're ready, I ask if you're able to please stand. And I'm going to ask Isabella and Everett, whenever you two are ready, you can start singing "O Canada."
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in Moloss's commands, with glory hearts we see thee rise, the true are strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Well, I want to say on behalf of all of us big people here, thank you. You did a great job. You could hear a pin drop because we wanted to hear your cute little voices. So we're proud of you. You did great, and I think your family, your grandmother, and your dad is going to be really proud of you. So great job. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, you're right. That's what they say. That's right. Wow. Pardon me? Well, like our CAO just reminded us, you never want to follow children or animals. So here you go, guys. Good luck. So moving along, I would now move along to introduce our land acknowledgement and traditional Indigenous meeting opening. With the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Michelle Elise Burnett, who's Bear Clan, Thunderbird Clan, and Meeti, to join us to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land a millennia before us.
Hi, Ani, bonjour. Nawi kapo Nadijna kaz, Makwadodam, Nimkidodam, Nagardonjaba, Mix European Anishinaabe Kwayandao. My spirit name is She Who Is in the Center. My French-English name is Michelle Elise Burnett. I am an artist, curator, producer, and storyteller of mixed Indigenous and European ancestry with Nipissing Algonquin roots. Welcome, everyone. As we prepare for the day, may we listen with intent, speak with kindness, and move through our work together in a good way so that our minds can come together as one. In my teachings, we are reminded that every decision that we make, personal, governmental, organizational, we must consider the impacts it will have on the next 7 generations, our great-grandchildren's children. This is how we remain accountable, not only for the people in front of us today, but for those still to come. We strive for Mino Bimatsawin, to live a good life, one that seeks balance with all life forces, and a life that truly matters. It means leading from the heart, seeing, listening, feeling, speaking, and acting with good intentions, and never for self-serving reasons. Ichimanatu, the Creator, gave all creation gifts to share with one another, and with those gifts come responsibilities. The first is gratitude. Let's give gratitude for the life-sustaining gifts that Mother Earth provides. She is our greatest teacher, demonstrating generosity each day, without ever asking anything in return. And gratitude to the natural world for continuing to follow the responsibilities that have been given to them by the Creator. We as human beings must learn from our older and wiser relatives. We must remember that our very existence is supported by their gifts. And by thanking each life-sustaining force, one becomes tied to each of the forces of the natural world. It also reminds us that what is done to one part of the web of life has repercussions on all life forms, including ourselves. When we carry this understanding into our workplace, our homes, and our daily choices, we are actively caring for the next 7 generations with love, generosity, and gratitude. Chi-miigwech.
Adoption of the minutes of our February 10th meeting. Looking for a motion from council. Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Okay, seeing none, we'll move along to everyone's favorite part of the meeting, which is the mayor's remarks and presentations. First off, we'd like to start off with wishing happy birthday in advance, because we won't be meeting until after. Councillor Patel will be having her birthday on March the 21st, so happy birthday. Lucky's Lens documentary screening took place at Club Italia, and it's a film about Fortunato Lucky Stracuzzi and his film legacy. He would walk around Club Italia, and that's his grandson, or his nephew rather. He would go around Club Italia taking pictures and video for decades, and he's since passed on, but his nephew took it all and put it together into a great film. They had several hundred people there to watch the presentation. It was fantastic. So his nephew Anthony Stracuzzi did it. I was joined by Councillor Patel at Club Italia that day, but it was a really cool, emotional kind of journey that he took on. And I mean, Tony Barranca was in the video, and he's looking at the picture, and the picture, he's going, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead. And you know, you realize time marches on, and the people building the foundation of Club Italia, many of them aren't with us any longer. So it was a real neat encapsulation. I was at recently, last Sunday, the Ramadan dinner, Ramadan Mubarak. We celebrated at the Lions Creek Road Mosque, and it was a nice celebration after sundown. We had the premier in town recently for the beam signing of the new South Niagara Hospital site. There's the beauty, 12 stories, and there's the beam. And that beam was signed by thousands of healthcare workers, construction workers, frontline workers, everyone involved in some way in this hospital and the different sites of the NHS were able to sign that beam. And it was put up on the 12th floor as the last piece, and it'll be a memento of everyone involved in the building. The Premier, the Minister of Health, Sylvia Jones, Minister of Infrastructure, Todd McCarthy, they were there signing it. And I was also joined by Councillors Newestag, Lococo, and Patel. And it was a very cold, windy day that day in the tent. They had heat, but you'd never know it. It was chilly that day. State of the region, that took place this past Friday. It was at the Sheraton Falls View, where Regional Chair Bob Gale and the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce and Mishka Balsam presented to several hundred people. I was joined by Councillors Lococo, Patel, Newestag, and Dabrowski as we heard from the chair on upcoming items with the region. So thank you to all for joining us on Friday. On Saturday, we had coldest night of the year walk at St. Paul High School. It was a partnership with Project Share, and AJ Heafy, their leader, was leading the event. Was walking in solidarity with those facing cold and hunger, raising funds and awareness. That guy, by the way, that's Philip. You know, fill up the bowl, fill up the cup, fill up the bin. Yeah, it's a kind of clever name, I thought. You know, I actually didn't know that until this weekend. 20 years later, I finally figured it out. Anyway, I thank Councilor Lococo for joining me on Saturday at that event. The Niagara Health Gala took place Saturday night, immediately after the coldest night of the year, and it took place at the Fallsview Casino Resort. The theme was Havana Nights, where we raised more than $293,000 just in the live auction. The numbers are still coming in for the silent auction and the table sales and everything else. I was joined by Councilors Patel and Uestag. It was a fun event, a neat theme. And it was great for the guys especially, because all we had to do was wear beige and khakis and a hat, and we were maybe have a cigar, and we were done. So, but it was a great event. It was fun. There's Tim Boland. He was our MC, formerly of CHCH, and now with Breakfast Television. So it was good connecting with Tim again as well. On Sunday morning, immediately after the event at night, we had the Philippine Air Force General join us at a meet and greet at the Jose Rizal Monument in the Niagara Parks Commission. Lieutenant General Arthur Cardura and some other high-ranking members of the Philippine Air Force were in town visiting. I was joined by Councilor Uestag in that blustery, cold, tired morning. And then a little later that same day on Sunday, we had the puck drop at the girls' U15 Niagara Falls Rapids hockey team, Pink at the Rink game, where they were collecting donations for craft supplies for March break camps. So it was great, good hockey, and amazing hockey players. So at times, I can't be at all events at once, and I ask councilors to represent me. And so I thank you to Councilor Lococo for representing me at this and the city at the greetings of the NDFFA February meeting. Also to Councilor Patel, representing me and the city at the Blink inaugural luncheon. And Councilor Uestag at the Bowl for Kids' Sake. Thank you to all of you for representing. Business milestones and events. We had one, extremely fun one, and that was at Playtopia. Playtopia at the Canada One Factory Outlet. It's all trampolines and fun things. Like, it's fun. Video games, and you want a place to take a kid to tire him out. When I left there, I went right to bed. Yes, I had a little bit of fun too. I was the big kid in the room, but it was a lot of fun. And they're doing extremely well. And spring break coming up, I'm sure anybody with kids are going to have a fun place to go. I was joined by Councilors Patel and Lococo that day, and there we are cutting the cake on the event. And flag raising, we just had recently had the Serbian Statehood Day. I was joined by Councilor Lococo, and we had the National Day of the Republic of Bulgaria, and that was yesterday. I was joined by Councilors Patel and Uestag. And coming up, of course, spring break is going to be in Niagara Falls. Our library will be having workshops and programs. They have a minute to win it, beaded keychain, puppet making, cosplay, and more. And at our arenas, we're going to have public skating, stick and puck. And at our museum, we're going to have Mad Science, which is extremely popular. Book your kids in soon. It will sell out. And at the McBain Center, we're going to have Scoop McCoy, Magic Show, March Break crafts, plasma car races, family bingo, cricket demo, and MIAC, Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, will be having free drop-in volleyball. And lastly, our next council meeting will be Tuesday, March the 31st, after Councilor Patel's birthday. So, thank you to everybody for humoring me with the mayor's announcements. First up on the agenda, item 7.1, is the Niagara Parks Commission. David Adames, our Chief Executive Officer and superstar at the Niagara Parks, and he's joined today by Chair Graham Coveney. Congratulations on your recent appointment to Chair of the Niagara Parks Commission by Cabinet. Well done. And you're here before Council, Mr. Adames, not Adams, Adames, to present on current projects of the city. So welcome. So great to have you here.
Thank you for that kind introduction, Mayor Diodati and councilors. It's so terrific to be back here for our annual
Do I have to repeat all that now?
Got to start all over again.
Thank you, Mayor Diodati, for that kind introduction. So terrific to be back here with Council to give an annual update on Niagara Parks. There's so much going on, and great to be here with our brand new board chair, as Mayor Diodati said, Graham Coveney. Graham is so experienced at Niagara Parks, having served as a commissioner first, vice chair the last couple of years, and now chair, but as a very significant advocate for all things Niagara Parks. So thanks so much, Graham, for being here tonight as well. So I know the presentation was circulated ahead of time, and let's just see if this is going to work. Just bear with me for a moment. Are we on? Yeah, just... Okay, thank you. I got to hold it up a little better there. So we are a board-governed operational enterprise agency of the Ontario Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport. And the operational enterprise portion of the definition means that we don't receive any government dollars. So we are a self-funded agency, have been that way since 1885. And that's something that the Parks Commission takes great pride in. So we do make our revenue from our revenue-producing operations, everything from our attractions to our retail outlets, restaurants, golf courses, parking and transportation services, heritage sites, and from our tenants like Niagara City Cruises and Niagara Adventure Excursions. From a governance perspective, we have a 12-member board, and the city is represented by Mayor Diodati. Environmental stewardship. So we have a double mandate at Niagara Parks. I always talk about the balance of environmental and cultural stewardship on the one hand and supporting tourism on the other. We try and keep the balance just like that. Never like that and never like that. So always in balance. So the 10-year environmental stewardship plan guides everything we do in this space. So looking after the 56-kilometer Niagara River corridor, activities like our urban forestry management plan, where we plant net 5,000 trees per year to have a 35% canopy coverage along the corridor by 2028. We're certainly on target to do that. The last couple of years, we've planted net 7,000 trees. But also doing projects like the Chippewa Grassland Habitat Project, where we brought 2 species at risk, the eastern meadowlark and the bobolink birds, back to the Chippewa Grassland Project, where we also do prescribed burns on a regular basis to bring back native seeds. So those
What was
are a few.
that bird again? I'm sorry. What was
The eastern meadowlark and the bobolink.
Oh.
Those 2 different birds. And again, they were birds at risk. They've come back in a very strong way. And we're seeing that with a lot of the work that we're doing along the corridor, like the Gonders Flats restoration, the largest wetland restoration project. We're seeing now different species return to the river. We're seeing lots of eagles along the, I think Councillor Cario shared that with me. Councillor Newesteg has seen them as well. So we're seeing the health of the river return, which is great for fish habitat, birds, and other animals. In terms of cultural stewardship, in addition to looking after our 4 museums and important sites like the Chippewa battlefield sites, we do have the largest collection of War of 1812 sites under one organizational jurisdiction in Canada. But we also have important Indigenous stories, important Black history sites along the corridor as well, and we do lots of cultural activations like our partnership with the Niagara Jazz Festival, just to name a few examples. Anniversary programming that's coming up. We have significant anniversaries this year, like the 75th anniversary of the Whirlpool Golf Course, where Stanley Thompson was the designer on that golf course. We'll have a special celebration this coming July. Also, it's the 30th anniversary of the Butterfly Conservatory. We have new exhibits coming in, and it's also the 90th anniversary of both the Botanical Gardens and the School of Horticulture. So we'll be acknowledging those anniversaries this year. FIFA 26 Fan Zone by the Falls. So for the entire 6 weeks, and we're 100 days out today from the largest sporting event in the world. And it's going to be larger this year than it ever has been. And of course, 3 nations hosting, Canada, United States, and Mexico. So in front of Queen Victoria Place at the foot of Murray Hill, we'll have a significant activation there on the front lawn as well as the restaurant on the 2nd floor. Large screens to show all the matches, entertainment, other activations for families who come into destination. Last year, Niagara Parks welcomed guests from 175 countries. So we know when there's a significant international event going on in the world, people want to gather together to watch those kinds of activities. So we're going to do that at Niagara Parks, and we know we'll have guests from around the world. So depending on what team is not just competing in Toronto or Vancouver, but anywhere, there'll be folks here in Niagara and Niagara Falls who want to celebrate together. So at the FIFA Fan Zone, and we'll have much more information to share about that in the coming weeks. Capital projects. So you're seeing a lot of construction work right now taking place at Niagara Parks. We often do this work late fall through the winter, early spring. But in this fiscal year, we've invested $8.8 million in the Niagara Falls portion of the 56-kilometer corridor. Projects like the Dufferin Islands work that TD supported through the Niagara Parks Foundation. We have a new public washroom in Falls parking. From a guest amenity perspective, and this is important, the amenities are important for our visitors. And I've often said we don't have enough of certain public amenities like public washrooms. We're making investments in those areas to make sure we're looking after guests. Road resurfacing. We resurfaced the parkway from Clifton Hill to Fraser Hill. Falls Avenue West Sidewalk, Kingsbridge Loop, the west parking lot resurfacing by the power station. And then planned and work that you're seeing right now, water main and sewer line replacement in Queen Victoria Park. We'll also be repairing the parapet wall north of Whirlpool Aerocar and also some pedestrian bridges in Dufferin Island. So those are the examples of those capital investments. And again, no cost to the taxpayer. These are funds that are generated from our operations and invested back into the public realm and the public good. Queen Victoria Park, arguably the busiest tourist area in Canada. And we had about 4 million vehicle movements, 4 million pedestrian movements in 2024. We'll have the 25 data shortly as well. So we're making more space available for pedestrians to what I call dwell time. So dwell in that area to enjoy the views, to have those family moments, be able to take those family videos and pictures in the area around the Horseshoe Falls and American Falls. We're also adding, of course, more guest experiences in Queen Victoria Park, like Niagara Takes Flight, the expansion of Journey Behind the Falls, which I'll talk about in a moment. So we're trying to build capacity. So as we see the expansion of visitation, particularly during the summer months in the area. So you saw that we added Jersey barriers between Murray and Clifton on the east side of the parkway. That provided some better pedestrian circulation space. Cell strategy. Now, who's driven along the Niagara Parkway and phones have cut out? So we're working with Shared Tower again to provide a better guest experience, but it's also a safety component. So we're working hard on that. We've been doing public consultation. We've selected the sites, and you can see where we have some of the sites listed here. So we have more public consultation coming up, but we're really hoping to get some installations started later this fall and through 27. So help is coming. Community connections, all kinds. I do want to mention, and the idea, the third bullet point here came from Councillor Newestag a couple of years ago about the senior month promotion in June. So we'll have that back once again. So 50% off admission on Wednesdays for seniors to our attractions. The $50 annual parking pass, I know Mayor Diodati has been a big advocate of that as well. So it's a great value for frequent visitors. Ontario residents qualify for buying that parking pass, and there's been a significant uptick on that over the last number of years. We've also been working with the Grape and Wine Festival to bring some of those activations into Niagara Falls. So we did the ice wine activations at Table Rock in January. We hosted the gala once again at the power station at the end of January. The Destination Niagara strategy was announced on December the 15th by Premier Ford at Table Rock. These are the aspirational goals on the slide about aiming to double tourism into Niagara. So it is a region-wide strategy to extend the visitor stay. So we want to see multi-day itineraries, more overnight stays in Niagara, and seeing more private investment. So the 5 areas of focus, the 5 pillars, Niagara Parks is active in really 4 of those 5. So the Toronto Power redevelopment is well underway. Construction has started. You would have seen the cofferdam built this past year. They're doing some interior works right now, and they're in the detailed design phase. Thank you to the City of Niagara Falls for particularly the building department working with Society Developments. The building permit will be requested very shortly as detailed design gets completed. But we are going to see Niagara Falls' first 5-star boutique hotel, spa, restaurants, free museum, free public viewing areas as well. So a very exciting project, and it will fill a gap in the market as well. In terms of the deliverables in the Destination Niagara strategy specifically, so we have a request for proposals out in the market right now for a new observation wheel, a request for interest on the former Ontario Power Generating Station, and a request for qualification on the marina property. So those are private investments that we're looking for. Similarly to Toronto Power, again, Niagara Parks is not putting any money into the Toronto Power project, which will see the complete restoration of the Heritage Building and the new visitor use creatives. These are all private investments. Now, Niagara Parks is also doing our part to add experiences. So Niagara Takes Flight. So show of hands, who has seen Niagara Takes Flight? So thank you, appreciate that. So this was a very important new attraction in Table Rock. We replaced a 17-year-old attraction, $25 million investment, fully paid for through our operations as well. So no taxpayer dollars involved. And this is far exceeding our expectations from guest feedback and also the revenue to date. So we're about to go into our first full high season with this attraction, and the team is so proud of this attraction. Of course, James Cameron narrates the waterfall room. Thank you to those in the room, Regional Councillor Joyce Morocco, Mayor Diodati, of course, helping to make that connection to James Cameron for that narration. And he does such a great job in that room. So it's good to have a local presence in that particular space. But the pre-show set up the ride itself really, really well. And this is a never before seen perspective of the Niagara River corridor. So that bird's eye view, all designed specifically for this flyover experience. The Butterfly Conservatory, as I mentioned earlier, marking 30 years. So we're adding to the guest experience with some interactive and engaging technology in the auditorium. So a tremendous family experience. I'll be ready for the May long weekend. A couple sneak previews during March break, but really the May long weekend will be a very significant update there. Another project to continue to add to the guest experience is the development of a 1.7 hectare or 4-acre children's garden within the Botanical Gardens. This is a project that the Parks Commission and our Niagara Parks Foundation are jointly working on. It's a $15 or $15 million project, 12 activation zones within this 4 acres, looking to start construction in the fall of 26, opening in the summer of 2028. So think about place-based education, all focused on Niagara. So Niagara geography, geology, talking about sort of the Great Lakes water system. It will be an opportunity to really focus on the primary junior age group for kids, turn them on to the environment, to nature, to horticulture. Our School of Horticulture will be very integrated into the programming, as will partnerships with Niagara Falls University, Brock University, and of course Niagara College. Journey Behind the Falls, the granddaddy of them all. It's been there in one form or other for over 130 years. We are investing in this attraction. So there was already some existing tunnels that were behind a closed door, if you will. So we're opening up another tunnel, building another viewing platform. That'll be ready to go for the summer of 2027. We will then close the existing rainbow platform, renovate that, and open that in 2028. So we'll have 2 viewing platforms, another tunnel experience, and more importantly, we'll improve the guest experience by making it fully open, fully year-round. So we'll be able to invite more visitors in prime season, but have a better winter experience. And when we go back and talk about the Destination Niagara strategy, not only do we need new experiences, new attractions, but we need to take our existing, improve the guest experience, and increase capacity. If we're going to meet those goals of doubling tourism, having more overnight stays, longer stays in Niagara. Similarly, Whitewater Walk. We are also making guest improvements to Whitewater Walk, where guests go down and see the Class 6 rapids in the lower Niagara River. So boardwalk expansion, retail improvements, and structural enhancements to the boardwalk itself. In terms of a pillar around wine and culinary through the Destination Niagara strategy, I mentioned earlier about our engagement with the Grape and Wine Festival with the ice wine activations. Niagara Parks, we've always only ever carried Niagara VQA wine, so we support over 40 wineries in Niagara, about 70 of their wines. We support distillers, craft brewers, and cideries. So we opened a bistro in 2024 in Table Rock, and that was specifically to tell Ontario's wine story. Donald Zeraldo helped us with that project. So again, he co-founded Inniskillen 51 years ago and has been a great advocate for that particular project. Arts and culture, We will continue to make investments in our heritage sites. We're bringing back the Queenston Concert Series this year in Queenston on the Sunday afternoons. And we have a new partnership with Shaw Festival to host programming in the Botanical Gardens this year in combination with the anniversary of the Botanical Gardens. And transportation pillar. So we continue to partner with the City of Niagara Falls, with Metrolinx, on supporting both the Go Bus and Go Train into Niagara Falls and the Bridge Street Station. Our We Go buses every day, year-round, pick up at the Bridge Street Station. And of course, we have the connection to Niagara Lake in the spring, summer, and fall. And it'll be one ticket this year for the entire experience. So we used to have 2 tickets for going up to Niagara Lake, but now it'll be 1 ticket this year. So again, improving that guest experience and making sure that the last kilometer is thought about. So with that, through the mayor, I'll open up for any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. I've got Councillor Newsteg and then Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, thank you. I always look forward to your presentation. It's so exciting. And again, just reinforces and lets us realize how fortunate we are as a municipality to have the parks in our backyard. Very few municipalities can boast such a wonderful treasure that we have. So thank you, and thank you for all the initiatives. The one initiative I do want to touch on is Niagara Takes Flight. After seeing that, it was so moving. It was just one of the most spectacular things I think we have down there. And you talk about community connection. I think because it is so local and relevant to residents of Niagara Falls, if you would consider doing some sort of promotion for our residents that everybody can engage in and take it, have the opportunity to see it. I know when I was there and I was sitting next to tourists, I thought their experience is definitely different than mine because it had such relevance. Knowing all these different spots that I was seeing, it was just so meaningful, but they would have seen it from a different perspective. But having said that, I just think our residents would really be able to enjoy it like we did. So just if another ask, I know you helped us with the seniors, but you're very open to doing that if you would consider this as well. And one other ask is if you can continue your cell right up the Niagara for Councillor Cario as well. Thank you.
So through the mayor, so on the special admission for Niagara Takes Flight, we actually agree, and I know Chair Coveney and I have talked a bit about that. So we're going to look at where we can build in some local special days. So we think it probably will be in the winter season. We didn't actually know fully what to expect. We did a low, medium, high projection in terms of the visitation level for Niagara Takes Flight. Touchwood so far it's exceeded even the high expectations. So we're just making sure we're managing inventory there. But I take that point about promoting for local residents. And what I can share with council, so similar to what Councillor Newesteg saw, when we do see local residents go through it, they actually feel even a little more emotional about the experience because they know these sites, they live around these sites, so it's definitely a local touch point. And on the cell service, we are talking about the entire 56-kilometer corridor, Fort Erie to Niagara on the Lake and everything in between. So we're working hard with Shared Tower on that one.
And just to add to those 2 points, I'm glad too on the safety because a lot of people jog, ride their bikes, and there are areas you have no cell or it goes to the U.S. signal, and it's dangerous, right? So they're investing the money to get that done, the parks, through David Stewart's stewardship, and also the other comment about Niagara Takes Flight. Was there any discussion too, because of capacity issues, I'm wondering this summer, I'm guessing it's going to be really busy, if there's any way of have a lower price if it's at nighttime? Would you ever go round the clock, or is that pushing it with your staff? Or I don't even know if that's even possible. But
So to the mayor's question, so we will have extended hours in the summer months. So right now, I believe we're either 9 or 10 a.m. in the opening, right up until 10 or 11 at night. But I know that the staff, they're so entrepreneurial that if the market demand is there, they'll look at extending those hours. We'll be going to 5 shows per hour in the summer as well. So it's a 48-person capacity per show, so we can get 48 5 times through an hour through the course of the day. We'll be time ticketing. So we're so looking forward to that first full high season.
amazing. Councillor Patel, and then Lakoko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Dems, for a great presentation. Niagara Parks is not just they're not just tourist attraction. They are environmental stewardship and their cultural preservation, I think you do everything so well. As you say, you never go one up and one low. You do everything so great. I just have a question about the observation deck. Have the location been confirmed where it will be going?
So through the mayor, you mean the observation wheel?
Observation wheel.
Yeah, so the two locations we've identified in the request for proposals document is the north and southwest corners of Murray and the Parkway. So in the middle of Queen Victoria Park, that's the location. So in other words, to be able to facilitate a view to the falls in the Niagara River Gorge.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, another question. You said there will be one ticket, not two tickets to go to Nino Lake. So is that the same price, or price is increasing for the ticket?
We had, through the mayor, a slight price increase for the WeGo ticket generally for 2026, but now it includes the entire route.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I really appreciate you expanding the sidewalk right between the Murray Hill and the Table Rock. That actually helps lots of visitors, because every time you go, there's so many people walking back and forth. And I remember old days when it was narrow, people were bumping into each other, and it's a great way of putting those cement barriers. It's for the safety of the people on the sidewalk too. So I really appreciate that. And one more thing is, when we're looking at the visitors number doubling in the next few years with Destination Niagara, is there a new transportation plan in place for that?
Yes, so through the mayor, so we're in due diligence now on a visitor transportation system in Queen Victoria Park. So we put an RFP out a couple of years ago. So we're now in due diligence. We're hoping to announce something publicly this spring or summer regarding that project. So that will help with reducing the vehicle movements in Queen Victoria Park and giving additional options for our guests. So there'll be multiple stops in Queen Victoria Park linking all the key visitor nodes. So that will help tremendously. And the other part too, working collectively, thinking about aspiring to double tourism in Niagara. We also want to make sure that it goes to that point about the multi-day itineraries. We need to grow the shoulder seasons. We need to grow spring, fall, and winter. And we're seeing there is an increase in those time frames, but not enough yet. So we had a lot of, and Canada overall is a highly seasonal country destination. So it typically from May 1 to October 31st is the prime visitation in Canada. You get the winter product, ski product in some of the places like the Rockies, Laurentians. So back to Niagara Falls, we're very similar that way, where it's this concentration in the summer, but we're going to truly get that goal of doubling tourism. We need to get more shoulder season visitation. So that's working with international tour operators, building those itineraries, talking up that winter product. We just came through Frozen Falls, and the Frozen Falls are still there in terms of some of those formations. When we talk to some of our guests, they say the favorite time of year to come is winter, to see that condition. It is special, it is unique, it is so engaging to see the falls that way.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, the last one is kind of a request. Is it possible for council to visit the Toronto Power Redevelopment Project inside, if we can go inside and see it? We have been seeing it from outside for years and years, so it would be nice to see how far it has come.
Yeah. So through the mayor, we'll work with the developer and arrange a tour appropriately.
Yeah, we'll appreciate that. Thank you.
We'll have hard hats ready. Yeah.
And just before we go to Councillor DeCoco, I had an anonymous question get emailed to me. Do you miss your former superstar inspector from your Niagara Parks?
Yeah.
I don't know, it was anonymous. I don't know where it is.
We very much miss Chris Gallagher, yes, but good hire for the city of Niagara Falls. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention we got Regional Councillor Joyce Morocco with us here today too. Joyce, thanks for being here. The floor is to you, Councillor DeCoco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Mr. Dames, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm always excited to learn about what's coming up and all of the review of what has happened. It's not just for tourists, it is for our residents. Resident wanted me to remind everyone that there's the resident annual attractions pass, not just the parking pass. And I guess my question would be, is Niagara Takes Flight part of that attractions pass?
Through the mayor, yes, it is. It is now.
Okay, great. That's really good to hear, and it's a great value. The resident said to me there's a lot of times throughout the year that they might be able to go in an air-conditioned place. If it's very hot outside, they can go throughout the winter time, and it's a lot of value for the money, and it's specifically for our residents. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I've got Councillor Carrio.
Thank you. That was a great presentation, David.
Mike, your microphone, Vince.
This is what the meetings are like at the Parks Commission. They're all exciting because they're all good things. They're all good news stories. The Children's Garden is going to be a spectacular. And is there some naming opportunities or gift opportunities available? I know you didn't want to make it a commercial, but I didn't know whether or not we could.
Perfect. Yeah, through the mayor, absolutely. So through the Niagara Parks Foundation, we are looking for donors for the Children's Gardens. There are naming opportunities. The approach that we're taking is because there are 12 activation zones within the gardens, so there could be naming opportunities for each of the 12 activation zones, but there's other gift levels as well. So the overall target is $15 million. And we have a number of pledges already. But yes, we are open to that, and they can certainly contact me personally on that, and I can connect with the foundation.
And just a comment about what they're doing on the banks of the river. Like we noticed at our house, the new birds that are coming, more birds. I sent you a picture of the two eagles,
Yeah.
the Canadian eagles. They're Canadian eagles, right?
Oh, Canadian.
Canadian eagles, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
We've got Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, David, for the presentation. I love to see that you have the fan zone with the FIFA 26. I know it's going to be exciting for all of Canada to host their first World Cup. Is there any chance that we might be able to get one of the teams to come down from Toronto in between exhibition or something? I can't think of a better backdrop in the falls and then playing a little exhibition, and Victoria Park would be amazing. Is there any kind of idea whether you're going to get some of the teams down or Team Canada playing an exhibition or something?
Yeah, so through the mayor, we're doing everything we can to extend those invitations. They've been a little bit silent at this point, but we're working hard to bring them down. We very much expect that games family members, whether it be the teams themselves, coaches, trainers, others associated with the teams, will want to come and see Niagara Falls. Every time we have an international sport event in Toronto, international conference in Toronto, delegates, sport participants come down here. But we're going to work hard on actually getting the teams down here. We're looking at Falls illumination for the teams who do come down here as well. So
that would be great, because I know you get a couple games in Canada and Toronto, and in between they get a few days break in between games, and I'm sure some of the teams would like to come down and get invited to the Falls and stuff. Is the schedule out yet, or do they know who's playing in Toronto yet?
They do. So through the mayor, yes, the teams have been announced for Toronto.
Okay.
So that is all on the website.
Okay,
That's
so
right.
we can send some invitations out to them and get them
You
down.
got it. You got it.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for the councils, and a couple of questions. So one, in the parking pass, I'm glad you brought that up. Good chance for another, with Mother's Day around the corner, a good opportunity. How, so if you don't mind, for both of the viewers at home right now that are watching, if you could explain what that is for those that don't know, because everyone that has it says it's the best thing they did since they moved to Niagara was get one of these Niagara Parks parking passes. So if you could indulge us, David?
Yes. So for any Ontario resident is eligible to buy a parking pass. It's $50 for the entire year. It's the calendar year. Up to 2 cars, so we get 2 license plates will go on that parking pass. And again, it's available, or can be used at all of our parking lots, save and except for the parking in front of our police building in Queen Victoria Park, and the parking is just outside Oaks Garden Theatre. But every other parking lot, that $50 pass is eligible.
So it's so great when you're playing tourist, you don't have to necessarily pay for parking, only once. And encourages people to go play tennis down in Queens and Heights. She did an amazing job with the courts down there and pickleball. It's amazing. I have to say, David's done an outstanding job along with his team. Also, the 5-star hotel, we saw that Toronto Power. And so that's coming on, because people ask me because they don't see the cofferdam because it's behind it. Right. But I don't know if you can just expand a little bit on what's happening and the approximate time frame when they expect to have that done.
So, and you can imagine with about a $300 million project, the scope and scale of this. And this was a building that is a National Historic Site. E.J. Lennox designed Toronto Power, very important architect in the early part of the 20th century, designed Casa Loma, Old Toronto City Hall. So there's significant restoration work that needs to be done to the building. Again, been vacant since 1974. So detailed design phase is underway as we speak. Then we'll go to building permit, then starting construction. So you'll start to see the superstructure on the riverside this late summer. They'll be doing some interior works as well this fall and winter. So we're looking to open the experience in 2030. That's the target date right now, which is now about four years away.
and it'll be Niagara's first, like you said, 5-star, which will be pretty incredible. And my last question was regarding the Frozen Falls picture video contest. Didn't know if there's any updates on that one.
Yeah, so we had the contest between February 20 and 25. So we encouraged folks to come out, take their photos and videos posted on social media, tag the Frozen Falls contest. So Mayor Diodati and I will be two of the judges. We have a couple of other judges as well. So we now have to go through the process of actually judging the entries. We had a very strong interest and uptake on that contest. But the Frozen Falls contest, and what a great way to engage for user-generated content and get those different images shared. And it could be different times of day. It could be sunrise over the Frozen Falls, or sunset, rainbow in the afternoon, illumination of the Frozen Falls as well. So I'm very excited to see actually what all transpired there.
Well, I just want to say on behalf of the city, David, we're grateful for the great work that you do, and especially, you're going to be working with us, the administration of the MAT tax, and helping us get all that in order and bring back some of the major signature events, like New Year's Eve is coming back this year in a significant way, as well as many other festivals and events. So we're grateful for you taking the reins and helping guide us. So I can't think of a better, more talented person that's going to help us. So I just want to say on behalf of all of us, we're lucky to have you, and thank you.
Right. And I'll be back here March 31st with an update on that process, and we'll keep moving forward.
Excellent. All right, thank you very much, David. Appreciate it. Bravo. Thank you. All right, thank you. Motion to receive the presentation by Councillor Carrio, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? And that's unanimous, of course. Thank you very much. Is this the one I'm doing here? All righty, thank you. All right, now you guys feel free to stick around. It's going to be an exciting, riveting meeting. Or you can start the car and run. It's up to you. Okay, so, Okay, I would now ask our clerk, Madam Clerk, if you'd please introduce the next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A public meeting is now being convened to consider the proposed settlement area boundary expansion policies under Section 17 of the Planning Act. Notice was given in accordance with the Planning Act on January the 30th, 2026. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the appellant, or any specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment may apply who made oral submissions at the public meeting or written submissions to the City Council prior to the adoption and or passage of the bylaw may appeal the official plan amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you very much. So I'm now going to ask Danielle Foley to explain the purpose, and she's a senior planner, long-range planning initiatives, and I'm asking her to please explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed official plan amendment. Welcome, Danielle.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. As mentioned, tonight I'll be providing an overview of report number 2026-11, which is the city-initiated official plan amendment number 195. And that proposes a policy framework for the evaluation of settlement area boundary expansion policies. Oh, 1 minute here. Okay, there we go. So the purpose of tonight's meeting is to hold the statutory public meeting required under the Planning Act and gather feedback on this amendment. So tonight's presentation will provide an overview of the report, which includes providing council and the public an overview of the proposed amendment, summarizing the consultation that's occurred to date, gathering any additional public input, explaining the need to extend the interim control bylaw, and providing next steps. I want to note that no recommendation on the official plan amendment is being brought forward tonight. Instead, we're intending to gather more input before revising the policies and returning back to council at a future date. There we go. So, for some background, the settlement boundary, or referred to also as the urban boundary, is an area that is serviced or planned to be serviced with all necessary public services provided. So these are things like roads, water, wastewater, parks, schools, emergency services, for example. And this is where development is permitted to take place. So settlement area boundary expansions are a significant growth decision to be made, as it has long-term implications for the city. Financially speaking, while front-end infrastructure costs are covered, the city takes responsibility for the life cycle costs of that infrastructure. Additionally, multiple expansions can be costly and detract from development in other areas of the city. So we're presenting this amendment now because there's been several changes to the provincial policy context. So the new provincial planning statement in 2024 and several Planning Act changes has changed our growth management framework. So previously, this was a municipal comprehensive review that was completed by the region. Now, the municipalities are required to evaluate privately initiated settlement area boundary expansion applications. So from a local perspective, our current official plan does not have updated policies referencing this new growth framework. And as we're currently undertaking work on our new official plan, that will contain updated growth policies as well. So in this interim period, City Council previously adopted the interim control bylaw to temporarily pause these types of applications, and this bylaw is expiring March 31st, 2026. So due to this, at this time, we're presenting this official plan amendment to bring policies forward in the interim before the city's new official plan is adopted. So to provide a brief overview of official plan amendment number 195, there was a version circulated for consultation on February 11th of this year. And again, the intent is to establish clear, defensible local policy framework for evaluating these types of applications that's aligned with the PPS. So the first change would be updating Schedule A, our future land use map, to include the settlement areas that were added through the Niagara Region official plan process in 2022. And this would be the Northwest, Garner West, and the hospital area, which are all subject to secondary plans. So this represents approximately 441 hectares of additional land added. So we're just updating this plan since the policies reference the current settlement area boundary so that it's up to date in ROP. So next, the policy framework introduced a stepped application process where applicants would first be required to demonstrate need, then demonstrate infrastructure capacity, and then submit an entire formal application. This was intended to benefit applicants and have a staged fee process. There were also additional policies included to update outdated terminology and the growth management framework as mentioned. So all of these proposed policies were consistent with the PPS, and they're further detailed in the report. So for consultation completed to date, the amendment was circulated to internal and agencies. So we received comments back from Municipal Works, which were implemented into the version that was circulated. We heard back from the Niagara region that they're supportive of the official plan amendment, and they noted some additional updates needed to reflect the same changes on Schedule A to be applied to Schedule A2 and Schedule B as well. Staff note that these will be incorporated into the revised amendment. The Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority also commented to note about complete application requirements and requested that environmental study policy mention risks from natural hazards. So these will also be incorporated in the revised version. The Niagara Escarpment Commission and Enbridge had no concerns on the proposal. And since the time that the staff report and this presentation were prepared, we have had preliminary comments received from Six Nations and the province. So those were generally based on application requirements and consultation, which will be addressed in the revised policies as well. And then in terms of public consultation, we held a public open house on Wednesday, February 18th from 5 to 7 p.m. at the McBain Center, and that was attended by 9 members of the public. So generally, people were supportive of the policy framework and maintaining a compact urban form. There was comments made about protection of agricultural lands, infrastructure capacity concerns, as well as traffic and transportation impacts. And then again, some fiscal sustainability related to infrastructure expansion. And then some feedback was received on the application structure related to the phased process and protecting appeal rights under the Planning Act, as well as concerns about the phrasing of enhanced consultation with Indigenous communities in the policy. So based on all this feedback received, staff are currently evaluating refinements to the procedural framework. So one note would be that the enhanced consultation requirement would be pulled out of the policy, and the we would have public consultation requirements generally outlined in the application guidelines. And then we noted the concerns with protecting appeal rights. So moving away from the phased application process, we would have one complete application process, and instead staff would evaluate this following that same procedure. So we would first look at demonstration of need, infrastructure capacity, and then the appropriateness of the lands for growth. And we're also considering proposing intake periods along with this and a refund mechanism. So the stepped application approach that was previously proposed would have lower fee amounts until the need and infrastructure could be demonstrated to support applicants. But understanding appeal rights, we're proposing that one application and a potential refund mechanism, where if the need couldn't be met, we could refund a portion of those application fees to support applicants through the process. So additionally, because these policies will not be in force and effect before March 31st, we are requesting that the interim control bylaw be extended. So if policies aren't in place, we would lack a local comprehensive policy framework to evaluate these applications, which just puts us at a greater risk of not being able to cater growth to what we need locally, and we just rely solely on the PPS. So extending the interim control bylaw until the range, and then until OPA number 195 is in force and effect, that interim control bylaw would be lifted once those policies are in place. So this just avoids a policy gap for these applications. So tonight, staff are seeking Council's direction to receive this report for information, gather more public input through the public meeting process, and then seeking Council's direction to extend the interim control bylaw, refine the OPA policies, and draft associated application evaluation guidelines that would provide more technical direction and implementation measures to support applicants, and update the application fees as well to reflect this. So again, once all this work is complete, we would be bringing it back to Council for consideration and adoption at a later meeting. And that's all I have for tonight. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Danielle. Any questions of Council? Councillor Lococo, Newestag, and Patel? Councillor Patel, did you have questions too? Okay, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the Mayor to Ms. Foley, thank you so much for the presentation. I think this was great work that we're putting these processes in place to address all of the concerns. I do have a couple of clarification questions because I'm not sure if I understand. So the interim control bylaw is going to be extended to till December. So in the meantime, can someone still put in, that's where I was getting confused. You've outlined the application process with the steps. No applications can be accepted until December? Is that correct?
So through the Mayor, thank you for that question. We're proposing that the interim control bylaw be extended until either December 10th or until the OPA is in force and effect. So whichever is sooner.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's say it goes to December 10th. No one can put any applications in, period.
No, but we would be bringing back the official plan amendment well before that time. We're looking at it as soon as possible. So after appeal, we could be looking at probably late April at the very latest.
So then from December to April, that's when the step process, I'm still confused.
So the interim control bylaw would be lifted as soon as the policies are in effect. So if that's this April, it would be lifted and then you could apply, but this framework would be in place to evaluate the applications.
Okay, so I just want to be clear, no applications can be accepted until either the OPA is lifted or OPA is approved or the interim control bylaw is lifted. Is that correct?
That's what we're
Okay.
requesting tonight, yeah.
Okay, it was a little confusing about how it was written in there. Okay, so that's fine. Have other municipalities done this? Because I know a lot of municipalities are looking at their official plans as well. Has anyone else done this, or are we one of the first to do it?
Yeah, so through the Mayor, Hamilton did an update to their official plan as well and had a similar guideline framework to go along with that. Halton Hills has guidelines as well, and Ottawa also has an updated framework for this.
Great. And has the response been what we were looking for, that it does control the applications and have the guideline to move forward?
Through the Mayor, I'm not sure. I don't know if...
Yeah.
Through the mayor. I believe Hamilton's policies are currently under appeal, so those wouldn't be enforced in effect at this point. They do have a number of applications. I think those are all under appeal at this time, and they're looking at potential consolidated hearings where they would assess all of the applications at the same time. Halton Hills didn't do an official plan amendment, but just a guideline framework. And I don't believe Ottawa updated their policies either.
Okay, thank you. So we could go through all of this, somebody could appeal it, and we could still be in that situation, but at least we have good guidelines to address the situation. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Councillor Lococo did ask a couple of the questions that I have, and I thank you very much for the in-depth work that you've done, because this is so important. We just have to be very sure of what we're doing when we do any boundary expansion. Something I'm a little bit confused on. I was understanding that you were taking out that three-step process, but Councillor Lococo just referred to it. Is that being taken out because of the comments that you received in the public consultation, or is that still in?
Yeah, sorry, through the mayor. I know we got a bit, it's a bit confusing. So we're removing the three-step application process that was originally you'd have to demonstrate need and infrastructure capacity before being able to submit an application. So what we're considering doing is requiring one complete application up front, but we would be evaluating that application by first looking at need, then infrastructure, and then the appropriateness of the lands for growth. So sort of still the same steps and evaluation criteria, just in a different procedural format.
And to you, Mr. Mayor. So one of the comments that a resident had was that there was no appeal mechanism at the beginning. So there will, in fact, be some sort of appeal mechanism at the beginning that was a concern to them?
Yeah, through the mayor. So having that one complete application that they're submitting right at the forefront is what guarantees those appeal rights under the Planning Act.
Okay, very good. And also you mentioned your goal is to have clear and defensible guidelines, but then you mentioned about the Indigenous having another word for, you want to broaden it. So even the word broad, is that still hard to be defensible? Like, would we not just stick with the provincial policy statement regarding Indigenous studies, or by making it broader, is that bringing in some ambiguity?
Yeah, through the mayor. So we were looking at not specifically just with consultation with First Nations.
That was the word I was thinking.
Yeah,
okay.
Instead of enhanced consultation with First Nations, ensuring that they're properly consulted and meeting all legislative requirements, but including broader consultation with everyone that would come back through the guidelines. So potentially a broader circulation radius, requiring an open house, which technically isn't required under the Planning Act. So just ensuring that there's enough consultation with everyone through these applications.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, so that's the defensible piece that you're speaking of. Yeah. And one last question. So at the very end, so somebody goes through it and say it gets to council and we don't agree with it or whatever, do they still appeal this matter to the OLT?
Through the mayor, yes. These can be, a non-decision or a decision can be appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal on these applications.
Okay. And sorry, one more final question. So now you've come back, you've listened to the residents, which and you've addressed that. You'll have some more public consultation before you bring it back to council with your or with the different recommendations?
Through the mayor, with this one, since we've gone out and met with everyone, we would just be bringing the official plan amendment back for consideration and adoption. It would be circulated to our stakeholder lists and agencies. I'm not sure, Ms. Kurtz, if you have anything to add.
Through the mayor. So at this stage, we likely wouldn't go back out. What we have in the report right now is what was publicly shared on February 11th. And since that time, we've received a number of comments and feedback, and that's what we would be addressing in the updated version. So you don't have the updated version in this report at this time, but we will. So what Danielle's talking about is what we're going to reflect in that version. So we recognize the comments that we've received, and we are going to address those comments through the updated amendment.
Okay, very good. Thank you, and thank you.
On that, so just to understand, so it will come back to us, and land developers or landowners will have another chance to talk about it when it comes back to us, right?
Through the mayor. So this is a statutory public meeting, so when something comes back to you, it won't be another statutory public meeting. If they would like to speak to it, they would have to request to delegate.
Okay, but they'll be able to,
They can, yes.
they'll be able to, yeah, because some of them have stated that what we're asking is a bit more onerous than what it was before. There was comments in there, and I would think that we would want to make it, there's enough in there that it's already going to be difficult to do. They have to meet the guidelines of the servicing, the need. I don't know that we want to put anything else in there more than the province had before. So I just want to make sure they have the ability to come and, if there's something specific that we're asking for that's not in there now, that they'll have a chance to come back and ask.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I also wanted to add that we will accept comments from the public right up until this goes to council. So if someone has concerns or whatnot, they can certainly send us an email. We'll include it in the next report to council, and we'll consider that on any with respect to any updates that we're looking at. Okay.
So I think that's a valid comment that Councillor Carrier shares is, and I mean, we can hold our council that we don't want it to be more stringent than the province, right? We want to make it where people want to invest here, not where we make it difficult. And sometimes that's what the region was criticized for. It's almost like they didn't want development. And without it, we're not going to have jobs, we're not going to have, so I think, is that what you, that's basically what you're saying, Councillor?
It's already onerous. I mean, to meet the needs, which might not be easy to do, and then we have to have the infrastructure in place. And I guess we should have some say on where we want to expand our boundaries. So that's important as well. But we certainly don't want to make it look like we're putting in more red tape than the province. Because the province is on a mission to take red tape out of development, housing, whatever. We don't want to make it look like they take it out and we put it back.
Yeah, and through the mayor, so the infrastructure and need requirements are directly from the PPS. So that policy isn't in addition to what what the province requires. Those are the main key two things. And the local additions are things like in servicing require modeling analysis. So more so for the local implementation, but the policies don't go beyond the PPS. They're consistent with.
And for those following at home, PPS.
Sorry, provincial planning statement.
Okay, good, thank you for that. We do, believe it or not many, but there's a few following along, so I just want to make sure we keep it. They can, Yeah, I don't want to have to explain later when they call my sister. The other thing was, my question to you, Ms. Foley, is, so you had the open house and you said you had 9 people show up and they gave their input. Was there anything new or anything that hadn't already been considered?
From the open house?
From the public that came to the open house?
We haven't received anything since the open house.
No, but I mean at the open house when you had 9 people come. Express their thoughts. Was there anything they said to you that you're like, oh no, we hadn't thought of that? Or were all things you'd already considered?
There were definitely some good comments that we considered. One thing was the appeal rights, and we recognized the need to protect those, which is why we shifted that application process. We were looking at it as trying to make the process a bit simpler and not requiring applicants to do all the studies up front and pay the large application fees, which is why we had structured it that way. But at that public open house, we heard that concern about appeal rights, so that was a new comment we incorporated.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, yes, Councillor Patel? Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And Councillor Strange, okay, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Daniel. I do have a question that we have, you suggested the interim control bylaw. Do we have lots of application coming in? What is the purpose for interim control bylaw?
So through the mayor, thank you for that question. So the interim control bylaw is, we have it in place for that policy gap. So since we don't have updated policies at the local level, we are hesitant to accept applications now, not being able to provide strict local criteria when we evaluate them. Or sorry, not strict, but locally tailored evaluation criteria policies. So the interim control bylaw is just intended to address that. We, as a fast-growing municipality, we would expect to see some pressure to grow. So we just want to make sure we're growing responsibly.
Another question for you, Mr. Mayor, is there a timeline for replying to the application and getting the application to council? I know when it comes to development application, they have certain days that has to come before council or they can appeal it. Is there the same timeline or different timeline for the, urban boundary expansion application?
Yeah, through the mayor, great question. So a settlement area boundary expansion application would be considered an official plan amendment under the Planning Act. So that would have the legislated timelines of 120 days from when we receive a complete application to bring forward to council for decision.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, how would that work? You said they don't have to do all the studies ahead of the time. So if they bring an application in, then if they have to do lots of other studies that peer reviews the report and lots of things they have to do, is there enough timeline for that? Enough time, 120 days?
Yeah, so through the mayor, the revised approach that we're considering would be a complete application up front, which would have all of those studies as requirements. So we wouldn't deem an application complete until all of those studies are submitted, and then that 120-day clock would kick in.
Okay, thank you. Another question is, you say it might be done by end of the April. Our OPA 157, I think that's the number. So why ask for extension until December 10th?
So through the mayor, we're proposing the two options with the lesser of, just in case of any appeals or anything implementation-wise, just to ensure that we're covered before policies are in place.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, would you be comfortable if we may move the timeline from December 10th to maybe July?
Through the mayor, I don't know if Ms. Hanson wants to weigh in.
Hanson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the reason that we extended it to December 10th was in the event that we do get an appeal, and an appeal can take quite some time to resolve. So that's why we took it to the end. But if there are no appeals and after 20 days, during the 20-day appeal period, we'll come back to council and repeal the interim control bylaw.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The reason for my question is we started this term of council, would like to wrap it up with this term of council. That's the reason I said we can reduce the timeline. Is it okay if we put the date today instead of December 10th? Or is our last meeting July or August? If you put that maybe end of the July 31st.
Yeah, our CAO is going to weigh in on this one, Councillor.
Yeah, Ms. Hanson, we don't control the appeal period, and that's the challenge. So, and if you try to do something on an artificial date and it gets appealed, and then you restrict the interim control bylaw, then anyone can just rush with an application. And then you can be adding urban boundary expansion areas in areas you don't want or things that aren't there, and we won't be able to charge a fee either, which is a significant amount of work. So we said it's the earlier of those two. So therefore, if there is no appeal on this and the government signs off on it, then we will put it in at the earliest of the two. But you don't want to put an artificial deadline on something and then be left with your pants down if it fails.
Okay. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great presentation, Danielle. I just, my concerns, and not that it'll happen, because we're always looking for industry that comes into in Canada, but particularly Niagara Falls. So if something happens within the next few months, which it probably won't, but if something happens like an EV factory or green technology or some kind of advanced manufacturing and creation of hundreds of jobs, is there something that we can do that maybe put an exemption clause on this interim control bylaw that it comes to council and so we can have a look at it? Because I would hate for something like that to happen and then they go to Fort Erie or go to Port Colborne or something like that. Not that it will happen, but for safety measure, I'd like that to put in. I don't know if we can do that.
Mr. CAO.
I'll start, and I just want to remind you, this is for urban boundary expansion. We had a ton of urban boundary expansion granted to us, which is unused at this point in time. Yeah. So there's sufficient space. If it was a major employer coming, the minister can actually do an override, and we would work at the ministerial level. What most of these applications will be the reality is it's people trying to add residential boundary expansion, even though we actually have there's not a lot of new houses being built, and B, we have urban boundary capacity up to 2050 or beyond. So the reality is the applications that you're going to get in is not for a factory, it's not for this, it's for home builders. If a major factory comes, we own 200 acres, there are hundreds of acres available, and if you need a clean swath, like any other major development, like Port Colborne or whatever, that was done at the ministerial level, not at the local level. So, if there was a major employer coming in a major development, that would be dealt with the minister, and we would work with the minister on an MZO to execute on that.
Okay, so
And our holding provision wouldn't be impacted by that.
Okay, so we can take care of that, because I know there's not, even in the urban boundary that we're going to be expanding, I don't know how much industrial land there's going to be there as well, right? So, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Ms. Foley. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 1724 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant. We go to the public now. Anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone who wishes? No one registered. Is there anyone here that wishes to address this matter with council? Yes. All right. If you'd like to come to the mic and state your name and your address, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
And the mic is on, so thank you. My name is Leslie Lawn, 5525 Rexenger Road, Niagara Falls, Ontario, postal code L2G.
That's good. You
okay. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend the public meeting at the McBain Center, and I'm glad I have an opportunity to. Some of my questions have been answered by the great presentation you did, Daniel. Thank you. A couple things. I have a series of questions and then kind of a general statement, if that's okay. First of all, what weight is given to the written comments with regard to the new settlement bylaw? And I don't know, through you, I guess I have to ask questions through you.
Yeah. And then we'll find out who's going to answer the questions. So I've got 3 ladies that are looking down, so I'm not sure who would answer this one.
Sorry, guys.
That's okay. No. So she's asking what weight the public comments have? Okay. All right, Ms. Gartz?
Through the mayor. So we look at every comment. We look at how it fits within the amendment itself. And then when we come back to council, we always provide a comment response chart to explain how it was included or not included and why and the rationale.
Okay, and further to that, is a similar weight given to the recommendations of staff with regard to the same thing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, staff does make an assessment based on their professional expertise. Mm-hmm. So they will assess everything and bring forward their best professional recommendation.
Okay, and I also, because there was mentioned there are 3 areas where secondary plans in the falls now are underway. Again, how will the results of the various secondary plan assessments being done at this time affect the decisions made with regard to the new settlement boundary and land use designations? Are you still waiting? Do you have to wait for the results of those before you can move forward with this amendment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry, just to clarify, do we need to find out the results of the secondary plan numbers? Was that the question?
Yeah, because there are 3 of them. I believe there's one out on Garner Road with regard to kind of expansion out in that area. There's the Grassy Brook secondary plan. All those are in process. I'm guessing that, all of those have taken up a lot of staff time, tax dollars to get to this, taxpayers' dollars to get to this point. Are they, or do they have any weight in moving forward with this amendment? Because we're still waiting for the results of those. How can you push forward with something like this without having those results in hand?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So for all of our secondary plan areas, we have targets in terms of our densities. Mm-hmm. So a number of them may exceed that density, but we generally have an idea of how much growth they can accommodate based on the size. The study work does net out certain things like the natural environment, and we have built those considerations into the policies. So one of the things was the needs assessment that is outlined in the PPS. We kind of further break down in our policies what are some of the items we would be looking at and what secondary plans can accommodate for growth is considered in that.
Okay, so it's a driver in this then as well?
It is, yeah, and I understand it's a timing challenge in terms of where those processes are at, but we still have the ability to factor in at least a minimum number into our assessment. when we're
Okay, because
looking
I
at
know
this.
even just with our official plan, those are integral into that as well. so.
Yes.
Okay, so that's I guess my comment is, my comment is and I would like to ask this to council is too, is why are we looking at, expanding the settlement boundary now when we have more than enough, as the CAO mentioned, more than enough development applications within the existing urban boundary to meet the province's projected population increase, sorry.
You're good. That was a warning, 30-second one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The population increase to carry us through 2050 and a number of years beyond, as stated by the CAO. The fact that many approvals are sitting uninitiated and in derelict and partial build is another issue that needs to be addressed and resolved before the boundary is expanded. So should the ever-increasing and untenable pressure being imposed on our existing overburdened and in some cases antiquated infrastructure, especially from ever-increasing demands on our water and wastewater systems, that has to be taken into consideration with these applications as well. And without taking, to me, at least in my opinion, without taking a stand against unchecked urban sprawl and soft planning policies, we will have and will continue to experience increasing pressure on these same systems, potentially resulting in ever-increasing numbers of just issues from overburdening these systems. Raw sewage being dumped into our rivers and, it can't, our systems can't accommodate this excess and increased approval to these urban boundary expansions without having a different infrastructure in place or a new infrastructure in place. And I know those are in the works, but again, it's just a concern that these be pushed forward because of whatever. So
I think Ms. Foley wanted to address this one.
Sorry, thank you, hon. I'm sorry.
Share the microphone.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a great question, thank you. So this official plan amendment does not propose any expansion to our existing settlement boundary. It's rather that the provincial policy changes have changed growth management, the framework for that. So we are required to evaluate settlement area boundary expansion applications that are privately initiated if we receive one. So this amendment is putting policies in place to be able to adequately assess those to see if that growth is needed and those lands are needed. We'll go back and forth.
I was going to have it. So as an example of that, say expansion out Gardner Roadway or even I'm from Chippewa, we see a lot of development happening in Chippewa. To push those boundaries, what would be considered a private application to extend those boundaries? Could you give me an example of that? Is it a complete new, community development? Is that what we're looking? Sorry, through the mayor too. Yep. I hate to. She's standing right here, so.
So thank you, through the mayor. I don't know if I can have my presentation pulled back up with kind of the land use map there. We just. Am I able to? Perfect. So I know it's really hard to see up here, but on this land use plan, there's a boundary that outlines our current settlement area. So let's say some landowners down here, further past the secondary plan, wanted to add their lands into the the settlement area so that they would be able to be developed, would be the applications we're considering here.
Okay, so my understanding is mainly those lands around those secondary plan hubs.
It could be any lands around the existing settlement boundary, so sort of anything on the periphery not currently included. Any follow-up?
No, that's fine. I just want to kind of understand
So, yeah, through the mayor, we're not considering any expansions tonight, rather just attempting to have a policy framework to evaluate any future applications for that.
And thank you, council.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you for your questions. That's right. Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to address council on this matter? Okay, seeing not, the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and amendment is now concluded. Councillor Lococo, Councillor Patel, or did you like to move this?
I'd like to move it, yes.
Okay, and Councillor Patel second. Is there any discussion? You will see what we're moving on your, sorry. And I'm going to just go to our clerk. We've got 5 recommendations, is that right?
That is correct. We don't have, would council prefer me to read them?
No,
That's not a problem.
We've all got them. We're good.
Okay, yes, at this point, it is Councillor Lococo has moved the recommendations, Councillor Patel has seconded them, and now it is to council to have a discussion should they wish to.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote then. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Very well done, very well done. All right, as we move along, thanks very much, Ms. Foley, Ms. Kurtz, and Ms. Hanson. Moving on to 9.1, we have the 2024 City of Niagara Falls audited consolidated financial statements. Looking for approval. Yes? Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, and I'm sure he'd be okay if we don't have any questions, but motion by Councillor Carrier, second by Councillor Strange, that we approve the audited statements. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Well done. Thank you very much. You got the night off.
KPMG has left the building.
Drop the mic, start the car. All right, next up is a very popular topic, is physician recruitment update. And we have our very own Dean Spirinello, and he brings along a guest, Jill Croteau. So the floor is yours. So ironic, I was getting a text a little while ago about someone needing a doctor. And I said, you won't believe this, but if your timing is incredible, we have the doctor recruitment presentation coming up. Wow. Huh?
Green light. No,
Yeah, just now. I just got it right now.
How's that?
Much better.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Tonight we're here to provide a update on the city's physician recruitment program. The last update we provided would have been in December of 2024. So we have some good news that we want to highlight for all of you this evening. And alongside me, I have Jill Croteau. Jill is the Region's Manager of Physician Recruitment Programs, and Jill is also the chair of the Ontario Physician Recruitment Alliance. So she is a great asset for us to have down here in Niagara, and a lot of the results you'll see today are due to her efforts.
Sounds like a superhero team, right? The Alliance. Sounds good, yeah. He's just playing with you up here, right? He's just hitting different buttons just to make it hard for you.
Perfect. Okay, so since 2000, the city has been involved in physician recruitment and retention. And I should mention that pretty well since the beginning, this program was managed by Dale Morton. And Ms. Morton is now in retirement, so we have a great deal of gratitude for the work that Dale has done over the years. And look, if you have a family doctor in Niagara Falls, it's likely that she would have worked in bringing that doctor here. So thank you very much, Ms. Morton, for your work. In December of 2024, Council made a decision to increase the physician recruitment incentive to $100,000, up from the previous amount of $50,000, plus an additional amount for moving expenses. And that strategic decision was made to try and solve the growing physician deficit that we have in Niagara Falls. This incentive helps offset some of the costs that new family physicians incur as they're starting or adopting a new practice, and often this can be capital costs or income stabilization for new doctors that are rostering patients and growing their practice. And along with that incentive, we ask for a 5-year return of service commitment. So the mechanism that we use to get the retention is the incentive. In exchange for the financial incentive, they make a 5-year return of service commitment. And we do this work alongside Ms. Croto. And to put this in business terminology, Ms. Croto is essentially our lead generator. And it is our responsibility at the city level to convert on those leads and make sure that we have family doctors here caring for patients in our community. So Ms. Croto will do things like do advocacy work at medical schools to try and promote Niagara as a destination for a new graduate to begin practicing, developing international recruitment pipelines for doctors that are accredited in places like the United Kingdom, marketing Niagara Falls as a place to practice, the Niagara region as a place to practice, and as well as assisting them with licensing matters and ensuring their eligibility to practice here in Ontario. So what has this investment resulted in? Well, since January of 2025, for the full year, we recruited 8 new family doctors that we have incentivized to Niagara Falls. And this chart illustrates how that has been the most amount of doctors that we have recruited in any single year since the beginning of this program. The chart only goes back to 2016, but it even extends beyond that. So you can see how on an annual basis we were bringing in perhaps 1 or 2 doctors. 2021, 2022 was impacted by the pandemic, which is why we see a bit of a bump in 2023. These are physicians that may have otherwise started in, say, 2021 and 2022. So the impact of the increased incentive has resulted in the most amount of doctors that we've ever brought in a single year in Niagara Falls. And if you look at the projection for 2026, well, it's just as optimistic. This data is actually already out of date. This morning we confirmed that Dr. Sajjad will be practicing at the Phoenix Medical Clinic on Main Street. So we actually have 5 doctors now that we've recruited for 2025. And we anticipate that we can secure as much as 10 on the year if the trend continues. So what this means is that 7,351 net new patients have been attached to a family physician. So these are people in the community that prior to January of last year did not have a family doctor, and now they do. There are currently 50 family physicians practicing in Niagara Falls. So based on our current population estimates, it's suggested that Niagara Falls requires 79 family physicians, which indicates a current shortage of 29. So this is a good news story, but there is still work to be done. Okay, we talk a lot about statistics when we discuss physician recruitment, but who are the new doctors and where are they located? Well, here are the 12 that we've brought in since January of 2025. 2 things I want you to recognize about the names on this chart. One is that there's a good geographic distribution across our city of where they're practicing. We have doctors on Queen Street, we have doctors in Main and Ferry, doctors on McLeod Road in the south end, on Morrison in the center of the city. So this is helpful, especially for members of the community that rely on public transportation, that we have the doctors we're bringing in are located throughout the community, not concentrated in just one professional building, for instance. There's also, of the 12, 7 of them are male and 5 are female. This is important because if you look at the literature about primary care, people can prefer to have a family physician that is the same gender as them. So of the doctors we're bringing in, we're giving that option. So physician recruitment is a big investment. And the social return on that investment is pretty well documented within the research. Family physicians are essentially the foundation of primary care in a community, and stronger access to family physicians is directly associated with lower emergency department usage and fewer avoidable hospital admissions. So, if you don't have a family doctor, your source of primary care is likely to be an emergency room or a walk-in clinic. So 3 weeks ago, the University of Ottawa produced research that even found that those without a family doctor have a greater risk of death than those without. So it's quite significant. And the reality is patients fare better when they see the same doctor, providing continuity of comprehensive care and centralized health records. So what's the plan from here? Well, we want to encourage patients to enroll with newly recruited physicians while keeping pace with physician retirements and population growth. So it's a balance that we're trying to strike. As we bring in these new physicians, we need to make sure that residents are aware that they're practicing and that they're accepting patients. And the Niagara region has a website, niagararegion.ca/health, which is really the primary source of information on people who are, who family physicians who are accepting new patients. So we want to draw attention to that. And we want to change the behavior of residents who rely on walk-in clinics and emergency rooms for primary care. Look, if you've come to rely on that kind of episodic care as your main form of primary care, well, we need to change that behavior and let people know that there are family physicians available to care for them. And we, depending on if we meet our targets, then we may want to consider a reduction in the physician recruitment incentive to be in line with other Niagara municipalities. And I cite Fort Erie and Port Colborne here as examples. They offer $75,000. So, we want to ensure that family physicians are, patients are being attached to family physicians, but we want to continue to have a mechanism to attract new doctors to come practice here. And with that being said, I'm going to turn the mic over to Ms. Croto.
Thank you, Dean. So my name is Jill Croto, and I'm the Physician Recruitment Manager for the Niagara region. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for allowing me to present today. Very happy to be here. And if I can figure out this as well.
Don't ask Dean.
Okay. So I wanted to give just a brief overview for those who were not aware, some of the components of the physician recruitment program. So marketing, communication, and engagement. We have a strategic marketing plan. We have a 5-year plan with the region, and we also participate in multiple engagement events throughout the year. That ranges from local events with our McMaster Family Medicine residents to provincial events, to national events, to career fairs in the US and in the United Kingdom. We also support with the immigration and licensing process. So quite a few of our new doctors are immigrating from other countries, so it's very important that we're well versed on how to get them a work permit. So we also we do the introductions to clinics, we set up interviews, and we connect new physicians to opportunities in the area. We also support by onboarding. We provide them with a number of different resources and support, connecting them to Healthcare Connect, or if it's academics, or if they're interested in doing supplementary work in long-term care, retirement homes, that type of thing. So we want to make sure that they're successful. We also do advertise. That's one of the big things, is advertising on our social media platforms to ensure that we're allowing residents to access these doctors so they can fill their practices quickly. We also do a lot of workforce planning and identifying the needs, so working very collaboratively with our area municipalities to identify clinic space, where any future developments might be taking place, and then also to track the numbers. So attachment and how many physicians are coming and how many physicians are leaving the community.
This one is new. We are also in the stages of signing a contract with Niagara Health. We are working in partnership to recruit for some of their priority physician roles. So that would include emergency medicine and internal medicine, so making sure that they have enough staff for their emergency rooms. So we were able to capture some mapping data with our physician recruitment database. We work closely with public health and also verifying some of that with our CPSO partners. So we do have a kind of I guess it's like a heat map of primary care offices within Niagara. So the larger bubbles are larger clinics with multiple doctors, and the smaller clinics are more solo offices. So you can see the concentration of doctors and where they might be located across the region. So just a little bit of data. So in 2025, the most recent census indicated that Niagara has a population growth. We're now at 551, just over 551,000 people. We know from our ministry data that our signatory physician count is at 262. So those 262 physicians enroll 354,000 patients. So with our updated census data, that leaves us with a gap of 196, just over 196,000 residents of Niagara. So this really is indicating that 62% of our population is enrolled with a provider that is an enrolling provider in a family health organization, a family health group, or a comprehensive care model. So those are our attachment models in Ontario. That does not include community health centers, fee-for-service arrangements, and walk-in clinics. So as Dean had presented, so with that data, we are now showing that we have 290, this is real time, that we have 292 physicians, and that's up from 279 in January of 2025. So we know from our ministry data that our region has an average practice size of 1,353. And then if we benchmark that on our updated population, that doctor to population ratio would recommend that we are needing 399 doctors to cover our population. So that would indicate that we are short about 107. So we also know from some of our ministry data that the physicians that are over 65 enroll just over 53,000 people. So this is another area that we are focusing on, is succession planning and making sure that we have enough physicians in the community to absorb those patients once those physicians retire. So this data comes from the physician recruitment database. So all of the municipalities outlined, and from our ministry data, we can see what the average practice size would be, benchmarked with the census population, and then how many real-time physicians that we have in our community, and then the number of suggested physicians. So it's just breaking it down by municipality. So you can see that Niagara Falls average practice size is 1,439, updated population size, total doctors is 50, recommended 79, so we are still short 29, which is still the highest, but we are on track to change that in 2026. So from some of the data that we've been collecting, we know where these physicians are coming from and where they have been recruited. Interestingly, we have 75% of the doctors that came in 2025 who relocated from the United Kingdom. So in saying that, it is when those doctors are relocating to the area, incentive becomes important. They are relocating their families, they're taking risks with their careers, they're giving notices at already high-paying jobs. So they want to make sure that they have that cushion when they arrive here. So that they can be guaranteed success.
So we have 14% that came from Niagara programs, so family medicine residency program, and then 7% from other areas in Ontario, and then each 4% from the United States and other areas of Ontario. So as a highlight of some of the successes in 2025, we had 28 new physicians come to the region, 15 left practice or retired. We were able to hosted and attended about 8 events, regionally, provincially, internationally, and we have 38 doctors now accepting patients on the Find a Doctor page. So we're also not just focusing on the recruitment, but also on enrollment and attachment and access to care. So we're in partnership with the Niagara Practitioners Healthcare Alliance to ensure that every resident has access to care. We've had some great strides with our Ontario Physician Recruitment Alliance. We have been working collaboratively as 65 recruitment programs across Ontario. So we've been creating an Ontario brand for Ontario outreach. So within that candidate database, we have about 4,900 candidates that are tracked, and majority of these candidates are coming from the United States and the US and UK. We also have a new job board that we're launching and an applicant tracking system, so really trying to streamline the candidate experience and noting that this is a collaborative initiative. It's very innovative. We are we're kind of proud of what we've accomplished at a provincial level, but it's really about creating the best experience for the candidate and making sure that they have what they need in order to make the best decision for them and their family. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the return on investment, and I know Dean highlighted some of these stats in his presentation as well. But some more recent studies have shown that every dollar invested in physician recruitment can generate $12 to $30 in return. So this would be through physicians' billings, job creation, economic activity, and avoided cost tied to vacancies or emergency room coverage. So even the modest improvements have very significant economic impact. And we can also note that 1% improvement in population health translates to about a 1.7 increase in workforce productivity. So really not just, it's not just a health access, it's also an economic performance. So just in closing, physician recruitment and retention is just not about healthcare coverage. It's building and maintaining economic infrastructure. So it boosts your GDP, it supports job creation, and keeps Ontario communities alive and thriving.
Sorry, thank you very much. I caught it. Great comment, and I just want to start off by saying great job. I mean, healthcare is number one in everybody's agenda of what's most important. And when you don't have a doctor, people end up in the emergency wards. They end up sometimes letting things fester. And this is so important to the residents. This is top of mind. Doctors, health, and then roads. So well done. So I've got Councillor Newestag, Councillor Coco, Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Jill and Dean. Wonderful presentation. I know a few years ago when this was highlighted, it was a great concern. It still is because we still have a need, but the work you've done has not gone unnoticed, and thank you very much for that very hard work. I really like that last slide where you talked about return on investment, because it is more than just that. And I think there's even more items that are not there too. It's even the whole family, because if somebody's sick in a family, everybody basically is sick. So the impact is very large. So I'm really glad that you added that. So a couple questions. So when you go out there and recruit, obviously you're presenting to more than who ends up accepting Niagara Falls. Can you give us the top 3 reasons why they're declining coming to Niagara Falls?
Good question, through the mayor. So I think that it really depends on family. Family comes first. So if someone is looking to relocate to the area, they will have ties here. I would say there's a good a high chance that they would have ties here. We often lose out to candidates in the GTA just because they already have family and friends there, so they already have a network. I think there's a greater probability of it, if a resident or a student is training in the area, that they stay in the area. It's just unfortunately, we've seen a decline in the number of residents graduating from our family medicine programs that want to take on or start a traditional comprehensive family practice. So those are some of the hurdles I think that we go through.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, is there like a group, I know we talked about before, a family, an expansion of team-based units? So are they more inclined to come if we have more of those team-based?
So through the mayor, so what I am seeing from some of the international candidates, it really depends. I think that the team-based care is absolutely, it's where the residents are trained, so they're more inclined to stay and practice in those types of models. Some of the doctors that are coming in from the United Kingdom are really looking for business opportunities and to start their own clinic and recruit their friends. So we're actually quite happy about that. But it doesn't always equate to team-based care.
Okay. Have we lost, through Mr. Mayor, have we lost any doctors that have been recruited?
One in Niagara Falls, I believe. It was a short time that he was here. It wasn't permanent, I guess, and he relocated to Hamilton.
All right, so pretty much retention is there, and you're looking forward to seeing these people that we're bringing into, they will stay for long term?
Yes.
Okay. A resident kind of sent a thing, I think we all got it, and I never really considered this, that ensuring equitable access to residents with complex health issues. This resident that reached out to us kind of indicated that physicians, it's not really equitable for all of them, that they are actually screening them. Can you speak to that? I wouldn't have thought that would have been a thing until I saw that.
That might be a CPSO question, but I don't believe that it's appropriate that they are screened based on health conditions. I think there might be a law against that.
So that's just, there's no validity to that. Okay, and I think, one final question. So we still have a gap in how to reach them. We've done the financial incentive. Is there anything else, through you, Mr. Mayor, that you can suggest that we can do to support you to close that gap so we can get closer to the number that we are looking for? More money?
Dean and I are going to be very busy in 2026. We have a lot of leads in the pipeline. So it's really showcasing, some of them are going to want community tours, they're going to want clinic tours. So I would say rolling out the red carpet to any physician coming in and giving them that concierge experience would be helpful. But that is something that we're doing already.
And if there is anything from council that we can do to support that, by all means, I think we'd all be willing to do that. One very last question, because I think my time's up. You said once we reach a certain level, then we're going to pull back our financial incentives. Because we still are 29 doctors short. At what level do we cut off when we incentivize?
Sure. Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. So we project that by the end of this year, we can bring in 10 family physicians. So I like to think of physician recruitment as acceleration and deceleration. So we've had the foot on the gas over the past year and a half because we had this really acute problem. So we need to ensure that the physicians we're bringing in, which are a lot, have an opportunity to connect with patients and reassure them that Niagara Falls is a community that they want to be in the long term. So I think that if we can reach our goal for this year, we may want to consider a reduction, though we don't know what the future beholds and circumstances may change, but we may want to consider a reduction. We don't necessarily want to have 29 doctors start in 1 year or within 2 years. That may compromise some of the retention of doctors. So, I wouldn't suggest we consider an elimination, but rather consider when we want to accelerate and decelerate the incentive.
Interesting. All right, through you, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you again for all the hard work, and we had a problem You addressed it in great work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lococo, then Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the speakers, it's really nice to see that the program is working. However, I don't believe municipalities should be investing in doctor recruitment when it's their responsibility. So I understand we need doctors, but it's not our responsibility, and we shouldn't be doing it, but the program's working. What is the plan for doctors for the new hospital? I understand that they'll be specialized at the new hospital. These are more general practitioners. There was one specialist. Are we going to have a special recruiting for doctors for the hospital? Is there going to be a shortage? What is the plan for the hospital?
Yes.
Through the mayor, I don't know if we can comment on that, just because I think the hospital has their workforce plan, and I'm not sure what their numbers are going to be amalgamating each of those sites. So that's probably a question better answered by the hospital.
Okay, thank you. There was a January 22nd article from Minister Sylvia Jones, and she said she didn't want to see municipalities offer financial incentives to lure doctors. She said it could be an arms race, Hunger Games, and she wants the practice to end for us recruiting. So through the mayor to the speakers, you know, we have a problem, we're trying to fix it, and the person who has the problem is telling us to stop. What do we do?
Through the mayor, we may want to ask Sylvia Jones how she would like to solve the problem.
I did read in the article how she said she wanted to solve the problem, but it really went nowhere. It was that we will partner with people to attach everyone to a doctor, but there was no real plan. And this is where, as a city councillor, I'm very frustrated when things get downloaded to us when it's somebody else's responsibility, and when it's not happening there, then we're doing it. Our tax dollars really shouldn't be going to this, but it's important. Health is important, and we need to do it. But I'm really frustrated that the province is not doing what they're supposed to, and then they tell us to stop. So I don't know where we're going to be going. It did say that Minister Jones wasn't looking to mandate it or make it a law, but I don't know, the further we go, is that a possibility down the road that she'll say don't do it? How do we get around that?
No comments.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to put it out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Patel.
Your great presentation. I have a question that from the date that physician signs the agreement, how long does it take before they're set up and they start seeing the patients? General timeline.
So, yeah, I was just going to say, so through the mayor. So it usually, I estimate 8 to 18 months to recruit a doctor and have them in their clinic space, accepting patients. So there's a lot of work that goes in prior to them actually accepting patients. They have to go through their licensing. We have to work out their immigration, medical certificates. There's all sorts of things that go into it prior to. And then I would say it would take about a month in order to get the clinic prepared. They need staff. Usually we advertise for patients within, and again, it's individual for the doctor, but anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks prior to them opening their doors, so that they have patients to see when they start working. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, is on a Find a Doctor page, do they accept patients from all over the region or just from the city?
It's through the mayor. It's all over the city, or sorry, all over the region.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Thank you. And I thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, is the rotation rate is very high in Niagara region. As you said, only one doctor has left. So that's actually great to hear, actually, for us. And one more thing is, when the cities gain doctors, we say Welland had 15 doctors, Niagara Falls had 10 doctors. But if they're taking patients from all over the region, then they're actually a regional doctor, not actually a city doctor, to be honest.
Through the mayor, I don't know if we can, so if there is a community that does not have doctors that are accepting new patients, and there's 10 in Niagara Falls, I don't think that we can prohibit them from crossing a border to access care. But that is a great point. We do have a regional access pool, and the doctors are serving, and I think it's always been that way to be honest, but they are servicing the region, yeah.
Thank you. And one last question through Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if you have an answer for it, but are we anywhere closer to having nurse practitioner billing OHIP? Are we anywhere closer to that?
Through the mayor, I don't have an answer for that. I think that's all being talked about as we speak.
That will alleviate lots of pressure from most of the municipalities too, right? If they start seeing the patient. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Carrio.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wish we didn't have to stick our nose in other people's business, Lori, but it seems like we have to. Housing, Project Share, all the other things we do, this is no different. I'm of the same mind that the other councillors are. Great presentation, and if there's anything else you need, even though the minister might not like it, I'd be happy to give you more money if you needed it. Is one of the things I hear about all the time. People have no doctors. Can you get me into your doctor? Can you, whatever. We hear that all the time. I'm sure all of us do that. Has there been any thought given to incentivize existing doctors that are here for anyone they may bring to Niagara Falls, and it's a successful candidate?
Through the mayor to the councillor. Right now, the focus has been on the attraction of new doctors. And there is a network.
That would be a new doctor. If there's an existing doctor here and they have a friend who's becoming a doctor or looking to move from another community or whatever.
Yeah, we don't have a referral fee or referral incentive, so to speak, but we do see a networking effect that is organically playing out, where we have physicians here that have networks among colleagues or professionals, and they're looking for communities to set roots in, and they're looking for communities that have patients that need care. And we're seeing that, especially with some of our international recruitment, we're seeing that effect play out in real time, that they have colleagues that want to practice, and they're telling them, come to Niagara Falls. So right now the priority has been in new doctors. Well, organically, we're having our existing doctors, share the word throughout their network.
He needs a doctor.
We can help you with that.
Was that it, Councillor? Okay. Thank you. Well, I think this concludes the presentation. I just want to say on behalf of the city, thank you for the hard work you do. And I know, and I agree, we shouldn't have to be doing this, but here we are. So, I mean, people need doctors. We can't turn away. And regardless of what anybody says, we got to do what we got to do to protect our community. And it's a bit of a competition. It's frustrating. It's also complicated. Federal government changed the rules around some immigration. That makes it further complicated. I mean, everybody has a part to play, and it's not a new problem. This has been going on for decades. It's not a new problem. So regardless, I think you've done very well. You're very successful, and I'm very grateful because I know my doctor is going to be retiring. And that's the other thing. There's a number of doctors getting ready to retire. And the other thing I should add in, the psyche of the doctor today is different than it was years ago. Before the doctor would work 80 hours, they didn't. Today, they want quality of life. They want to have family time. They want to watch their kids play sports. They want to be in a clinic with other doctors so they can take time off. And I don't blame them. They want a balance in their life. And a lot of the time, doctors work themselves to the bone. So it's also a combination of doctors aren't going to put in the hours they used to put in. So, and again, I don't blame them. They work hard enough as it is. It's a stressful profession. But on behalf of the city, I can tell you I'm grateful for what you do because I love when I can tell people, yes, we do have more doctors coming because they're not sure what to do. They're pretty panicky. So there is a recommendation that we receive the report. Looking for a motion, Councillor Strange, Councillor Lococo, that we receive the report. All those in favor? That's approved unanimously. And thank you, Jill. And I know, Dean, you and Jill will have the same success as Dale and Jill did. So thank you. Good luck and thank you. All right. Moving along to 9.3, revitalization grant request for Bentley Commons. So who's going to handle this item on the agenda? So there's a recommendation that, okay. He's online if we need him. Okay, great. So motion by Councillor Carey. Were you seconding it, Councillor Newestag? Okay, so it's on the floor to move and approve the recommendations. Questions, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions. When I think of these grants, I think that they're usually for businesses. These are townhouses that are owned by individuals. So first I need to wrap my head around that. Why are they eligible for this grant if they're a homeowner just like you and I? That's question one.
So, well, do you want to, do you want to
Sure.
ask all your questions, then we'll get Serge on, because he's online, and Serge, I don't know, hopefully you're out there, you can hear us.
Yes, I can.
Oh, there he is, okay, great.
Okay, I guess the other parts are statements, they're not questions. That's the only question. I'll make statements after.
Okay, did you hear the question, Mr. Felicetti?
Yes, through your worship, this was a revitalization grant. So the developer at the time, he submitted a grant for the redevelopment of that industrial brownfield site. So he met the intent. Their development met the intent. At the time, they were looking at 34 townhouse units. That's what they built. Later on, a couple of them were converted to VRUs. But it did meet the intent and the framework of the CIP. That's why it was approved.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if I agree.
Okay, our CAO's going to also add in.
Yeah, the intent of the grant was to convert brownfield unproductive property.
Mm-hmm.
So the end use is not the thing, it's the cleaning of the property so it can get put into productive use. So that's that was the intent of the grant. So that grant was to clean a property that was not being productively used. And Mr. Felicetti can say how much money was invested to clean the property, and because it was uneconomical without a grant program. So I don't have that number.
Yeah, it was over $1 million to clean up the site, over that amount, and then they invested 13.4 on that site. So as the CEO indicated, it now generates taxes for the municipality, and it brought foot traffic too. In the CIP area, they brought in more people that would actually go to the restaurants and activate that whole Main Street area.
Thank you. So how is the grant being attributed to one owner of 34 or 34 individual owners? How is this working?
Yeah, so initially it was through one owner, but then they have to identify if the grant gets transferred, then that's dealt with our finance department. So it'd be over the 10-year, because it's a 10-year grant. It takes place over 10 years. So then finance, that's why we need to know about the transfer of ownership, so then that grant could continue with the new owner.
So it could technically be 34 different owners receiving?
It could be, yeah.
Okay. One question and then a couple comments. Cleanup of the property. A couple of residents were concerned about the cleanup. They did clean some up, but I've been getting emails that it's still not quite to where it needs to be. Are they going to be cleaning it up more? Where are we on that?
Okay. Mr. CAO, did you want to weigh in on this one?
Yeah, before it goes residential, the Ministry of Environment issues a record of site condition. And
Oh, not that kind of cleanup. Building materials, cut down trees.
Oh.
Yeah, no, not that cleanup.
Okay.
Because at the last meeting when we were at the exchange, the applicant said by November that it would have been cleaned up, and now we're into March, and there's still debris there. I've been contacting staff, but I'm still getting complaints. There's still a bunch of stuff.
I think they still have to develop the north side of the property, I believe. I think there's more development to come, and I think that's why it's just not developed yet. But Mr. Felicetti, I know what she's referring to. Do you know the status?
Yeah, that's correct, Your Worship. And then what we can do, though, we'll reach out to the developer to ensure he keeps it in a proper situation in terms of the site as they're constructing. So we'll reach out to him and share that concern.
Okay, thank you. A couple of comments. The rules and the criteria were not met, and I'm afraid if we approve this, that we're setting a precedent that if people don't meet what they're supposed to, we'll give it to them after. I don't think that's a good precedent. The rules are very laid out within the grant, whether they miss them or whatever, that they should be following them. The other comment that's in the report that I'm a little bit concerned is $13.4 million project outweighs the administrative oversight of the agreement. I don't believe that we should be looking at things like that. We have rules for a reason, and once we give in to one person, there's going to be many people that come and say, oh, I forgot to do this. Will you please give it to me? So I will not support this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Felicetti, was there anything you wanted to add?
No, that's it, Your Worship. I think, again, the intent of the revitalization grant was met, and that industrial brownfield site was cleaned up.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Newestag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to speak to it because I was part of the CIP, development of the CIP back in, we started in 2004 and it went in 2008. We sat there as the Main Ferry BIA, and we had worked with a lot of consultants to develop that CIP, and I think we were the first in the city. And it was very, very clear that we need economic revitalization and we need cleanup. And that's why I wholeheartedly support this. That place prior was an old factory, the coke plant. It had sat dormant for probably almost 2 decades with no sight of anything. So having these types of grants, it was supposed to help. Granted, people don't always line up. There are things that are missed. I don't think for the sake of having $13.4 million that we would penalize them. I think that's something we should celebrate. That street needed a lot of help, and they did that. We also, through the CIP, when you're talking about residential, we had a residential grant component to it. So we were helping residents clean up their property because we had a lot of residential pretty much shouldering the commercial district. So we wanted it all cleaned up. So I feel 100% strong or satisfied that they met that intent. So even though it's a little bit delayed, and the fact that now it is even better because it is more of a commercial property paying commercial taxes, I think it's a better thing for us. So anyway, I just wanted to speak to it because it's something that I hold near and dear, that it actually satisfied the objective there we were trying.
I think, Councillor, you lived through those years of it being a vacant brownfield right in the middle of a central business district, and nothing was happening. And it was, and I believe even the first developer went bankrupt trying to clean it up, and we were just grateful we got them. And now, I mean, there was an arrangement, but it was a technical, I believe, a technicality that they didn't notify change of ownership through the process.
Yeah. And what that street looked like in 2004, like, although it's improved and cleaned up, and we're dealing with other issues right now that's kind of more modern, but where we were in 2004, if we had not done what we did in the city, didn't back it, I don't know what that state would have looked like. So everybody who put any dollar into that area to help where it is today, and where it has been, we need to relook at it again, and hopefully these new CIPs will help reinitiate that. But it needed that push.
Okay, so if there's no further questions or comments, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? Okay, so 1 opposed, and with direction of staff to follow up with the cleanup on the north part of the property, the undeveloped part. There's still, that's what I understood. Okay, thank you for that. 9.4 is the Sleep Cheap. Just a recommendation that we receive the report of the money raised from Sleep Cheap and the Wonder Falls Pass. Motion by Councillor Newestag, seconded by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. The potential updates to Council's Code of Conduct. There are 3 recommendations. I'll go first to Councillor Carrio. Sure, so if you want to move it, we'll get a second from Councillor Newestag, and then the floor is yours. What? Oh.
Thank you, sorry. There's some people that don't like the way that this seems to be going. It seems to be sad that we have to do what we have to do to protect our residents and our taxpayers. But really, it's not our fault. It's the system. This system of the way this is done, the Council Code of Conduct, Your Worship, it's kind of a flawed system. So someone makes a complaint, and in our case, in our city, most of the complaints have been either to punish one of the councillors or self-serving for someone who wants one of the council seats. They probably don't know what they're getting into, so they want them bad. But it seems like that's the motivation behind many of the complaints. So even if the complaint's successful, it comes back to the council for punishment. So someone goes through all the aggravation or all the trouble to put a complaint in. The taxpayers we spend $10,000 or more of the taxpayers' dollars to get to the bottom of the complaint. If it's a complaint that happens to break the code of conduct, we still pay the $10,000. And then it comes back to us for punishment. So we look at it and we decide what to do with it. In many cases, nothing. So what have we really accomplished other than cost our taxpayers $10,000, $12,000, $14,000? So not only is it a bad system and we have to do something like this, which some of the people don't like, maybe we should look at seeing if we could get the system changed so that it makes more sense, rather than just have our taxpayers end up paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for these complaints.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I request that we break down 1, 2, and 3. I'm fine with supporting receiving the report, and I'm fine with not having any anonymous complaints. I won't support number 3, and some of the reasons why. I don't agree with using AMPs or adding to property taxes or legal procedure, going through courts. I think it is undemocratic, and I think there's some ways that we can investigate and look at things further. Things like mediation. I brought up mediation before. Mandatory meeting prior to submitting an integrity commissioner complaint. We have pre-consults with our building and planning department. Could there be like a pre-consult or a mediation meeting before? Another thing that I thought of was to prepare a form that would be filled out, and if it didn't meet certain criteria, so for example, our integrity commissioner is saying that he doesn't have the authority to comment on anything that's done in council. So this form would say, is this complaint for something in council? Well, if it's yes, then it doesn't go to the integrity commissioner. Like, there needs to be some sort, there can be, I can't think of everything right now, but I think we can come up with some other things. Another one that was suggested to me was a lot of times there's executive summaries in reports. In our reports, we see an executive summary. What if the integrity commissioner complaint had an executive summary for the integrity commissioner to read, and we could put limits on it, whether it's a certain number of words or 2 to 3 pages or whatever it is. And that's what the integrity commissioner goes by to determine if they will proceed with looking at the 40 pages of evidence. I talked about pre-consult. I would like to know what other municipalities are doing when they have someone that is complaining on a regular basis, and we're putting our faith in the integrity commissioner and they say it's frivolous or vexatious. So if we can limit what goes to the integrity commissioner by addressing it in a different way, I'd like to see us try to do that before saying we're going to charge you a whole bunch of money. If you don't pay it, we're going to go through the AMPs, or we're going to go on your property taxes, or even court. I'd like to see us work on a better process before getting to that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to see the process. How does it go? If somebody wants to file an integrity commissioner complaint, do they file it straight to the commissioner, or do they come to the city? How does that work? Either or?
Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah. Madam Clerk.
Because that's what Councilor Coco asked, if you can look into it to see which complaint goes to the commissioner. So do we have control over which complaints goes there, or they can go straight there too?
So currently, the way that the process is set up is that an individual who wants to file an integrity commissioner complaint can either file directly with the City of Niagara Falls their fee and their complaint. They can also have another alternative to go directly to the integrity commissioner, file their complaint and their fee. And I think that part of this is to also, right now they can also file with the integrity commissioner their complaint and then pay us the fee. So that's another thing that we're trying to make sure, that it's both items, both requirements are going to one location and not being diverted. So it can go either way at present.
Okay. So I kind of appreciate the streamline the process, to at least it's going from the one place. I was never in favor of increasing the fee because most of the residents can't afford $1,000 fee, and if we can't make the decision based on one frequent complainant, and we expect 95,000 people to pay the same fee because one frequent complainer that's abusing the system. I do support this penalty for a frivolous complaint, because that is because someone is abusing the system and it's costing taxpayer money. So I do support this penalty. But I have one question for our, I'm not sure if I pronounce legal or Mrs. CEO. What happens if somebody doesn't own a property? How does the M system will work? How would that work?
If we can't attach to property taxes, we would just send the fine. It's like any other bill you can collect through small claims court or debt collection.
Also, the collection agency eventually will collect it. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
So just for council, I sometimes receive individuals who have an issue. So whether it's pre-consult or whatever you want to call it, instead of a formal process, we cannot limit their legal ability to go to an integrity commissioner. However, we can coach them on different solutions. So that does go on today. It's, you can address this, with the councilor, you can address this with the mayor, you can address this with council. These are the conditions of what, an integrity commissioner scope can be. But, they always have that right to go. And if someone wants to complain to council, they can make a delegation and deal with it outside of the integrity commissioner, and council can deal with the matter directly too. So, it's just when they involve the integrity commissioner process, there is a cost at that point in time. They do have other alternatives to address, a complaint to council. The mayor and you guys, I'm sure, have all kinds of emails and phone calls on complaints. So there's other alternatives. And so some of that coaching that you're talking about, Councillor Lococo, or some of your concerns, Councillor Patel, are addressed, on a regular basis. It is just, if they want to make that complaint, then that is the process that, that they so choose. We do give them other alternatives, however, to resolve the issue prior to making that complaint. They can take our advice or not take our advice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can appreciate what the CAO just said, but I think if you look at our website, that information is not there. It's just, here's the Integrity Commissioner complaint process, and then what you do. Could we maybe expand on that to say that if you do have a concern or a complaint, here's some things that you can do before going to an Integrity Commissioner, and then maybe if we can do some of those other things to make it a little bit more streamlined for the Integrity Commissioner, that maybe that will cut some of the costs down. Because I don't think other people realize that there's other alternatives. Sure, they send us an email, nobody responds to them, or you respond to them, and what are you going to say? So I don't think the process is clear enough if that's what's happening now.
Yeah, we can take that under advisement. We just don't want to limit. We also don't want to be accused of we're trying to divert people from that system. But we can certainly take that under advisement to say, here are some other alternatives to that. We can put that on the website also. And we take that under direction to take a look at that. And like I said, it does happen on a frequent basis that, I don't know how many, over the last year, how many items have come to the mayor's office and the mayor's resolved them outside of the process to the satisfaction of the complainant, right? So there are alternatives that people do seek on that, but we can potentially look to provide that on the website.
Okay, Councillor Newstead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this process is very good in the sense that it gives people a chance to express or to call anybody out if we're not following the code of conduct. However, what I've seen is it's only been used as a weapon to hurt people, and it's not really meeting that expectation. So, I understand it's a provincial thing. Is it possible to even maybe go to the province, because I'm sure we're not the only municipality this is happening to, and because of the cost to the taxpayer, which is so wrong, and have like a formal committee appointed, so it's arm's length from any of us, where every complaint is streamlined, so there's a formal process instead of going here or we try and coach them. It goes to them first, and they can do all those mediation things first. And if it is vexatious and frivolous, they can pretty well call it out. Then at that point, if it is serious, then it's at the discretion of this committee that they send it up to the Integrity Commissioner. So we alleviate costs, and really only the like the ones that this committee can see, because it's pretty evident when people are using something as a weapon against somebody to hurt them. It's just a thought, because, but it would be in a more formal procedure, and it would cut down the cost to the taxpayers.
So I don't know if anybody's staff want to talk, Mr. CAO?
I think it was 3 years ago, the province did have consultation on the Integrity Commissioner process. They did make some changes to it, so there was open consultation at that point in time. What I would say is that the province, the province does not want to be the one responsible for disciplining council. That's why each council elects to have their own Integrity Commissioner. The process is designed so that council is responsible for their actions. I would say that the province has enough issues. They don't want to take on our
So
issues.
then can we just create our own committee? So there's a place before it gets filtered into, so we filter it before it goes there. I know, not without affecting transparency, but this is an appointed body that's arm's length from any of us, so that they can review it before we spend taxpayers' money. Because that's all I've seen. Last term I heard, what was it, 500,000? We're up to 100,000 this time. That's a lot of money. We talk about potholes, like how many potholes could we fill with that Integrity Commission money? And if there was really seeing a solution or something that was really valid, I'd say absolutely. But all I've seen is it seems so silly and wasteful.
I don't disagree. I think the challenge is the legislation allows for the Integrity Commissioner to be in place and council to appoint the Integrity Commissioner. I think if you start to put a process in place prior to the Integrity Commissioner, I think people will challenge that, because that is not the approved process by the province.
That's what I'm saying. Should we go to the province and challenge the legislation? And I'm sure we can't be the only municipality facing this.
We can, and like I said, I think councils are ultimately responsible for their conduct. The Integrity Commissioner can make recommendations, but council is ultimately responsible for their conduct. And I think the other option is that councils deal with the complaints. You can do it in parallel, or if someone comes in and has a complaint about a councillor, that council can make that discipline. They can still go to the Integrity Commissioner subsequent to that also. But I think that is the challenge. And so that could be an AMO delegation for next AMO to raise that. You can put that on as a potential to go forward, to delegate on that matter.
Thank you.
And to answer your question, the average pothole is about $100, Mr. Nickel? A ballpark. That's a lot of potholes. Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah, that's right, 1,700. Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is a process right now to review Integrity Commissioner process. So maybe that can be part of that. There's already this process they were talking about, having criteria to be an Integrity Commissioner. There was a whole bunch of them, and I can't remember what bill number it was. It was quite a while ago, but they talked about it at AMO at the last one. So there is that process. So I think maybe we can look at it and see, is there a place that it's somewhere? And that goes back to what I suggested about mediation or a pre-consult. You can call it what you want, but to have a less expensive, and could we also advise the Integrity Commissioner to not give us a novel, but maybe give us Cole's notes, because that's where the cost is, writing up the whole decision. So I think that there's lots of opportunity to come up with some ideas, maybe try a pilot program, something, but I think we need to do something. I don't want to just go on the way that has been proposed. I think there's opportunities to come up with a better solution.
So I don't disagree. We're going to go to the CEO to answer this, but for those who do wish to cause harm and do cause to be vexatious, those people, they're not looking for other ways. They're looking for a way to punish. I don't think those people are going to go away with a vetting process. But for the innocent people who innocently don't know what they're doing or don't know the right course of action, I think it would be helpful. But there are certain people out there, their intents are not good.
And maybe we can try.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, let's try if there's different options, that everybody has cool heads and go through a process for the good of the community. Maybe there can be some discussion and some process and an agreement about how to move forward, that it doesn't get this bad.
Maybe that could be a fourth recommendation. Yes, Mr. CAO.
I was just going to say, based upon the comments, I don't mind taking it as direction. I think, this can stand on its own because it deals with a particular matter. I think we'll call it alternative dispute resolution. Process staff can come back with something, and we can check with legal and with the legislation to make sure it's aligned. But somehow divert that to a less costly process. I agree with the mayor. I think that would suit certain people who are looking to actually right a perceived wrong versus others who are just looking for, a ruling, in the paper. So if council is comfortable with that, I will take that as staff direction for clerk and legal to look at kind of an alternative course, and we can bring that back in a few cycles to this council. To do that.
Consider.
That would be great. I have brought up mediation and alternative dispute resolution. I do have that background. Not that I want to do it. I'm just saying because of my experience, I can see what can be done, and maybe we can do that instead of this huge bill that the integrity commissioner we're getting from there. And let's come up with another way of doing it.
And like I said, we've done that informally on a number of occasions where staff or the mayor have interceded and solved an issue.
Well, I think our staff and everybody sort of does that. Whenever we have a complaint, that's normal. But when it gets to this point that somebody's not happy with something, where do you go? Let's have, and I like the comments around the table, and let's come up with a pilot program and see if it works.
And the challenge, just so I don't personally know anybody's bubble, because it's council, it cannot be a staff member. It's going to have to be somebody independent of council in that. So you're still going to be paying someone to do something. It's just at a lower cost is what the intent is. So I just so I set expectation correctly. But we'll take a look at whether there is the potential to do kind of an alternative approach.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Strange, and then Patel.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I said it before, and we see what the outcome is, and one particular person has put in so many code of conducts and he's got his face in the paper and all that, and never won one, but he's cost the taxpayers almost over $180,000. And if you wanted to do something, if you did that in Wainfleet, you could bankrupt the city. You know what I mean? If one person really wanted to do that. So it doesn't make sense. We have to do something about this. To make taxpayers in less than 1 year to $188,000 is ridiculous. So I don't see any other alternative but by following this. And I'd love to get on with the motions if you can.
That's 1,800 potholes.
It's a lot of potholes.
Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, while we're talking about expenses, I would like to see how much staff time will go into that process too. Because it's not just somebody you're hiring to do this mediation. We should see how much staff time goes into it. And another question I have is how many FOI complaints do we get and how much staff time goes into one complaint? We would like to get the report on that. We should know. And how many different people are requesting this FOIs. We should really know how much it's costing us with all this process.
So that's a good thing for later, for maybe another direction, because we just got to focus on the code of conduct right now on this one. And then we can do direction of staff after maybe we can get some report back on the cost of FOIs. It's a good question.
We can do it in new business then maybe.
Yeah, we can do that. Okay, we already moved it, didn't we? No, we moved it.
I wanted to break it up.
Moved and seconded, so we're just going to.
I wanted to break it
Yeah,
up.
I'm going to break it down. So we're going to vote first on 1 and 2. 1 is that we receive it, and 2, that we update the code of conduct to eliminate anonymous complaints. Okay, so we'll vote on that. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. And then we're going to vote on 3. This is where staff prepare the bylaw to consider the recovery of costs associated with continued unfounded complaints. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Is that yes? Okay. And opposed? Okay, so 1 opposed. Okay, Madam Clerk, you've got that? Okay, thank you for that. We'll move on to consent agenda. There's only 1 item. It's a request for the downtown BIA.
9.6.
Oh, oh, my apologies. Yes, I did. 9.6, I'm sorry.
Eric's been here all night for this.
Emily Park. Okay, there are 3 recommendations for park development. Motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Oh, do you want to speak to it?
One quick question.
Okay, one quick question.
Are there plans for native trees and permeable surfaces? The report didn't speak to that.
Mr.
Could have been worse. I could have called you a counselor.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, there are no permeable surfaces. There's no opportunity for permeable surfaces here. There are a number of plantings. In fact, around $60,000 worth of plantings. I can provide council with a list of those plantings. I can guarantee that there will be some native plantings in that list of plantings as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And now to the consent agenda. There's only one item, and it is the Downtown BIA funds for their hanging basket program out of their own fund. Motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Carrio. All those in favor, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Now we go to 11, communications and comments, excuse me, the city clerk. There's recommendations that we approve 11.1 through 11.7. Did anyone want to remove anything out of that list? No? Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Newestag, that we approve 11.1 through 11.7. All those in favor? Sorry. Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. And just for those following along, we just approved proclamation request for Multiple Chemical Sensitivity Awareness Day, proclamation request, and I'm sorry, and that was for May 12th. Proclamation request for Hospitality Worker Appreciation Day, March 23rd. Proclamation request for Mountain View Lemonade Day on June the 13th. A flag raising request for Italian Heritage Month, that'll be in June. And flag raising request for Niagara Pride Week, that'll be June 1st. And 11.6 flag raising request for the Polish Constitution Day, that'll be May the 4th. And lastly, 11.7 World Parkinson's Day, Saturday, April the 11th. So that is what we just approved. Now communications and comments to the city clerk. 12, there's a recommendation that we receive for information, 12.1 through 12.4. Does anyone want to lift anything to discuss? Yes, we've got Councillor Lococo, then Patel. No lift. You don't do you need to lift anything, Councillor Patel? No. Okay, Councillor Lococo.
I wanted to lift 12.1. We can receive it. That's not why I'm lifting it. I was wondering if our staff could maybe give us some a report on the technology part of X, or formerly known as X, because I've been doing some research.
Formerly known as Twitter.
Formerly known as Twitter, X, I'm sorry, or whatever it's called today. I've been doing some research on the technical part of it, and it talks about misinformation, safety and privacy, increased spam, harder to manage. Can we have a report from our IT staff just from that perspective? No hurry on it, I just wanted to know because that's what I'm reading.
We've got our CAO to weigh in.
Yeah, when St. Catharines passed that motion, we reached out to comms. It's still one of our top social media platforms. So there's risks in all those platforms. TikTok has, has some security risks to it. Facebook has had some significant issues to it. X has had some significant risk to it. So social media comes with that inherent risk. But we can prepare a small report for that and the utilization of it, because different demographics, some older folks might.
Why are you looking at me?
A lot of the mayor's fans are heavy Facebook users, for example, and other demographics, tend to move towards the Instagram and some of the other ones. So we can provide that to council.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, all the social media platforms.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, we'll do a summary of them all.
Yeah, because it's hard. I mean, it's the Wild West, social media, right? It's unregulated, and it's a very difficult world where the media isn't controlling all the message. It's out in the social media. It's very difficult.
One of the comments I did see was that some of the municipalities are only using it for emergency communication. So if it was recreational or whatever, I was trying to figure it out. You can use it for emergencies, but not for recreational. Isn't there still a risk? So that didn't make sense to me to only use it for one thing.
Yeah, I agree with you. That seemed to be it was almost an acknowledgement that it's the number 2 platform out there, so we need to, if it's an emergency. But to me, it's counterintuitive. If it's really important, you're going to use it, but for other communication. So I agree with you, Councillor. That's why we're continuing on our platform. That didn't make sense to us.
Okay, so we just did. Oh, I'm sorry. Did anyone else want to speak to that? Pardon me? No. Okay, because I was going to do them all in block. Yes, go ahead. 12.3. Yes.
Just have a question. Now that we passed the other one, does this mean that it will go into effect, because this one's not finalized, that this complainant will receive the bill because it's frivolous?
Yes, so maybe who could answer that? I don't know if that's Madam Clerk for 12.3, the Office of the Integrity Commission. What's that? Do we have any insight into the status of this one? Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this point, we haven't received a bill.
Yeah.
I have something sassy to say. Not yet. We have yet to, our office has yet to receive one. When we do, we have no problem bringing it forward to council and then have a discussion at that point, if council would.
Doesn't it just fall under what we just voted on?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
If it's been passed by council, then yes, that's if that's the wish of council.
Yep.
It's found not frivolous or vexatious. Would they still fall under what we passed right now?
Say that again.
Because the Integrity Commission didn't find this complaint to be frivolous or vexatious. He just dismissed it.
Right.
So would it fall under what we passed right now?
What would that be, Mr. CAO? How would that one fall?
Yes.
They would not get the refund. It was dismissed without investigation, so they would not get the refund.
So we can't charge them either. That's what we're talking about, charging.
They would have been charged already.
Yeah, they would have
to file
paid.
the complaint.
They won't get it back.
Okay.
So,
It was the same repeat offender, just, yeah. Counselor Lococo?
I'm not sure I agree with start to charge on this one. When I think of our planning applications, it's when it comes in, I think it would have to be from today moving forward. I
Yeah.
don't think we can go
Right.
back. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Yep. All right, is there any other ones you wanted to discuss no? Okay, so I need a motion. Did we already get the motion? I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. We didn't, okay. Motion, Counselor Carrio, seconded by Counselor Newestag, that we receive for information 12.1 through 12.4. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And just quickly for anyone at home, we received the St. Catharines resolution regarding the use of Platform X, resolution from the town of Niagara Lake regarding the NPCA consolidation. Wow, I had a hard time. I couldn't get that word out. Wow, that was pretty bad. 12.3, we just discussed the Office of the Integrity Commissioner matter, and 12.4, resolution from the town of Niagara Lake amending Christopher's Law. So now we go to ratification of in camera. Madam Clerk, do we have any matters to ratify?
Pardon me. Through you, Mr. Mayor, council met earlier this evening, and there were no items to be ratified in open
Okay.
session.
And I was hopeful, yes, rise and report, if we could ask our CAO what you could report on that you shared with us this afternoon in camera.
thank you. Through the mayor to council. As everyone knows, the discussion of amalgamation has been a hot topic this past week. I was requested by the mayor to make a presentation in camera. The reason for the information being in camera was it was specific to identifiable employees and matters of negotiation. But council in camera asked me to rise and report on what could be shared publicly. I did not prepare a speech for this part of it, so I'm kind of winging it. So hopefully there's some grace in the room.
Don't screw it up.
But essentially what was presented to council was discussion matters and background facts on both the one city model and the four city model, which have dominated the conversation, and some other commentary with regards to how do you evaluate effective organizational structures or governance structures. And so I'll start with a little bit of the background. Is, the region was created in 1970, and one of the things you look at with organizational structures is when you reevaluate it, the reason that organization was designed in a particular manner was due to the conditions that existed in 1970. So now in 2026, do you say, well, do those conditions still hold present? Does it still make sense that structure is still in existence? Another way to look at it is if you were dropped in the region today and there was no existing structure, would you replicate a structure with 12 municipalities in an upper tier? My conclusion and the information that I'm presenting to you today is not the City of Niagara Falls opinion, but it was requested that I provide my opinion as a CAO. And the answer to both those questions to me is a no. You would not. The current system does not stand up to those types of tests. If you look at other methods to evaluate a structure for a government structure, you would evaluate, is it efficient? And I'm going to provide some data, which is publicly available, on the efficiency of the current system, and you'll see it's not all that efficient. Is it effective? Can we make quick decisions? Can we do big things in Niagara region? Everyone will have an opinion on that. I think there has been a lot of discussion with regards to the effectiveness of the system. Is it transparent and accountable? The reality is there's a lot of confusion and there's a lot of finger pointing, and when complex problems happen, you have to have multiple levels of government in it. And in many situations, you have one government agency commenting on another government agency. And we are not always aligned on items. And is it sustainable? And I'll present some stats on the sustainability of it. So those are kind of 4 questions, I think, when you're looking at an organizational structure that should be addressed. When I look at some of the facts, the mayor has stated the ratio of politicians, but if we have 1 politician per 4,200 people in Niagara. If you go to Hamilton, it's 1 politician per 37,000. If you go to Toronto, it's 1 per million. If you go to Norfolk County, where I was CEO for a little bit, it's 1 per 8,000. We have a very high ratio of politicians to residents. Tax rates. This is an important one. Every time we talk about affordability around this table, or the affordability crisis, residential tax on average is 14.2% higher than the provincial average. For industrial, it's 24.3%. If I don't use the average and I use the median, it's even worse. The median being the middle community. So we're 17.7% higher for residential, 41% higher for industrial. And these all come from FIR data, financial information return, that every municipality puts to the province, or the BMA study, which is a benchmarking study that's been around for years. When I look at employees, Niagara has 10,386 employees, according to the 2024 FIR. And with a population of 525,000, that's 20 employees per 1,000 residents. If I go to Halifax, they have 5,700 employees. Not quite half, for almost the same number of constituents. Windsor, 4,000 employees for 237, so that's 18 employees for 1,000 residents. London, 16 employees for 1,000 residents. So London would have to add 25% more employees to get to the same number of employees we have in Niagara to execute the same services that we do. Hamilton, and everyone talks about how Hamilton was a disaster of an amalgamation. Well, they seem to get by with 14 employees per 1,000. So when I look at, we have to have more employees, which means more cost to do the exact same services. So you can make your assessment on efficiency. Total debt. One of the councillors got scared on this one. So on a per capita basis, Niagara region, when you combine the region and all the municipalities, has over $2,100 of debt per person. Doesn't sound like much for a municipal government, but when you compare it to Hamilton, $600. Windsor, just under 500. London, just over 400. That's not a 10% difference. That's a multiple factor of that. So we have higher taxes, we have higher costs, we have more debt. Those are concerning factors on the current situation. So, and this is not a new issue. In 2000, there was a report that concluded that that the structure was inefficient and higher taxes. In 26 years since that report was done, we didn't get better. When I look at what the region assesses, so in 2025, for their tax levy, the levy put to the region, to all the municipalities, was $536 million. When you look at Niagara Falls, we are levied $112 million for regional services. That's just under $1,200 per resident for regional services. But there's a great disparity between what we get assessed, and Niagara Lake, quite frankly, gets assessed almost $2,400 per resident for regional services. Why are they double what we get assessed? Why is Welland at $800 to get assessed? There's something wrong, even with the allocation of cost to the different municipalities. So there are challenges, I think, with the current system. Council asked me to take a look at the four-city model. And one of the reasons why I was in camera was I went through a very detailed approach to identify positions that if I were to restructure it with under the four-city model, which would include, in our particular situation, even though there's no specific geographic boundaries, but what has been presented in public during the provincial, I don't know what you call it.
Standing committee.
The standing committee, thank you very much, was, the combination of Niagara Lake, Niagara Falls, and Fort Erie, the QEW corridor. I went through there and I said, I could easily save $14 million per year. Some of that was combination of wages. Some of that was if we took over our roads from the region. If you think about it, we have Thoroldstone Road, we have Lundy's Lane, we have Stanley Avenue. Our trucks are driving over that road, I don't know how many times per day, but it's not our road and we don't maintain it. But we pay the region $12 million to maintain it, or $13 million to maintain it. We could maintain it for significantly less. Because we're here, we have the equipment, we're local. And because of the distribution of how it is, we are subsidizing roads in other communities. So when I look at it, if you did go with the four-city model, it'd be a very easy target to get to $14 million. And it's not massive cuts. You're talking about cuts that are, in the 5 to 6% range. And that's just being efficient. And when you think about it, when you have 3 council meetings, you require 3 clerks. You require 3 council chambers. You require 3, IT folks to be there. Everything gets multiplied to undertake the same business and the same process. And then you add on the region on top of it. So there is duplication in the system. Why does Halifax or Hamilton do it with significantly less people? Because they're not doing it 13 times over again. That's what we're doing at the region. Everything's done 13 times. That's why there's a duplication. With the one city model, I didn't have the time to go through a detailed analysis. There is a public opinion out there by Mr. Harry Schlang. Harry has a unique opportunity. He's been a CEO at 2 lower tier municipalities, plus the region, plus other municipalities. I also have kind of that advantage. I was a treasurer at the region and a CAO, both at a single tier municipality and here at a lower tier municipality. So Harry has some credibility when he makes his estimate of $30 million in savings under a one city model. I think that based upon my analysis of just the 4-city model, I think $30 million is an easily achievable target, especially when you look at the billions that are being spent. And then you have to say, there's another shoe to drop here that no one likes to speak about. It is the asset management obligation that each of these municipalities have. The region, as has been disclosed, needs to invest billions of dollars more. So we're already taxed at a very high level, so we're not competitive. And now to maintain our assets, we need to tax ourselves even more to get to that. We, in Niagara Falls, for our assets, we need to invest millions more. If you took $15 million or $14 million a year in savings and you extrapolate that over 10 years with a little bit of an inflationary hit, you can get to $150 million in savings over 10 years. That fixes our roads. that replaces our assets without asking the taxpayer for a single dollar. So that was the information that I presented to council. There was other information that I can't present because of the nature of it, but I took out what I could to present to council. You know, I've listened to the debates in St. Catharines. I've listened to some of the other debates. What I don't understand, to be quite frank, is these facts have existed literally for decades. So to say there's no facts out there, I don't get that. Privately, I can line up 500 employees at all levels of government, and privately, if asked, are we doing it right? Could we do better? The answer is unequivocally yes. We can't say it in public, but that's the answer. If you put them in a room and there was no retribution, we know that the system's broken from the inside out. The facts are there. Go look at the BMA study. We're like competing with Northern Ontario for competitiveness, and we shouldn't be. And we're worried about things when I sit here and I go, I got GM laying off, I got, major employers laying off, I got major employers looking to shift to the United States, and I'm sitting here with a 23%, ineffective, more expensive property tax rate. That's what I'm concerned about. In a highly competitive global marketplace, we don't benchmark well. And when someone's looking to make a $500 million or $600 million investment, they look at the benchmarks. And that information has been there literally for decades. The last two budgets, I've made the comment that greater than inflationary tax increases will be required unless you have significant service level reductions or unless you attack the organizational challenges that we have here. And I think that is the thing that we should be looking at before we start, putting more increased taxes on an already inefficient system. I know my staff members here, when we run our business and a government and they ask me for more investment, my first response back to them is, how efficient are you? I'm not going to put more money into an inefficient structure. And most of these people have the scars on that. And I don't understand how we can do that to the taxpayer. I don't expect it within my four walls, but we seem to expect it outside the four walls. So those are my comments. Like I said, those are my personal comments. But the facts are the facts. You can dive into the FIR reports. You can dive into the BMA studies. But if council asks for that information, council asked me to share that information with you publicly. And that's what I've done. And I'm sure there'll be, further analysis on this because I believe the region has passed the motion for a further study, including consultation with the lower tier municipalities, and I, can't wait for that process to happen.
So, gives us a little flavor for, and again, Jason, he's not going to toot his own horn, but 18 years at Deloitte in corporate finance. He was the commissioner of corporate services at the region. He was CAO of another lower tier municipality, single tier. And so he's got great insight into the finances that we're dealing with right now. So I think it's obvious to most people, the status isn't, the status quo is not acceptable. The question is, what are we going to do going forward? So the region did pass Thursday night that a governance review of Niagara be initiated to address the areas of duplication and improve service efficiency based on data, business case, financial analysis, and consultation, including each of the area municipalities commencing now. So we'll see where that goes. I can tell you, I know a number of the mayors have been meeting to move this forward, and there's been a number of discussions, especially with some of the smaller communities. They've had some meetings. So what's exactly the motion say again, Mr. Mayor? It says, well, there's three parts to it. Part one, that the governance review of Niagara be initiated to address areas of duplication and improve service efficiency based on data, business case, with financial analysis and public consultation, including local area municipalities commencing this term of council. And I can provide this it's public information. Secondly, they directed that Regional Chair Gale refrain from any further action and utilization of any further regional resources or staff time, with the exception of the above, which is the governance review, in connection with the regional governance or municipal amalgamation. And lastly, this be forwarded to the Minister of Municipal Affairs. So that's what was approved at the region.
Was there a timeline attached to that?
No, no timeline. So now again, upper tier, the province makes the decision. We make recommendations, province makes the decision. So we don't know what they're gonna do. So this was forwarded, I don't know when this got forwarded. I haven't gotten any direct feedback, so I don't know what their intentions are. I really don't know. Yes?
If they looked at that duplication 10 or 15 years ago and done something about it, maybe we wouldn't have this discussion going on today.
Yeah, well, yes. I know Councillor Morocco's been away, so she just got back, so she missed all the excitement. Oh, yeah. So it's a combination, but I think everybody, no one's happy with the current system, that I know. I was in St. Catharines at the hospital today, and I had a number of residents from St. Catharines coming up to me. They don't like it, but they don't know what the answer is either. So, no, they don't seem to know what the answer is, but they know what we're doing isn't working. So, anyway, I know there's been lots of discussion, debate. St. Catharines had a public meeting last night. They had like 28 speakers. No new ideas came forward, just basically they're not sure. They're not sure. They want to know what it's going to look like. So there's the motion. That's the direction that we're sitting with at the region right now. We'll see how the province reacts to it. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I don't have any answers. I have lots of questions too. So I guess we can leave that there for now. And so there's nothing to, okay, good. So now we go to notice of motion, and Councillor Patel, is that a notice? That's just a notice of motion. Okay, so there's no discussion to that, right? Okay. So if you want to introduce it, you heard the clerk? Yep.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to start by thanking Sergeant from the Human Trafficking Unit, Deputy Chief at the Niagara Regional Police, and General Manager of Baila, Mr. Gallagher, for all their help, support, and their time, and the leadership in helping me to draft this motion. And I'm introduce this motion this evening regarding human trafficking prevention measures in City of Niagara Falls. Human trafficking is a serious and growing issue across Canada. Stats in Canada has reported that significant increase in police reported incidents recent year, and that includes both sexual and labor trafficking. So my motion is, I would just read that therefore it be, do you want to read the whole motion? There you go.
Well, there's only three whereas.
Yeah. Motion Code of Conduct of Human Trafficking Prevention Niagara. Whereas human trafficking is a serious issue affecting communities across the Niagara region, and whereas hotels in Ontario are required to provide human trafficking awareness training, while short-term rental operators are not currently subject to the same requirement, and whereas Niagara Falls is a major tourism destination and has the responsibility to take proactive steps to prevent human trafficking and protect vulnerable individuals. Therefore, be it resolved that the staff report back to council on option to require human trafficking prevention training for all licensed short-term rental operators, including both owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied accommodation, including Airbnb operators, as a condition of licensing or license renewal within the city. And be it further resolved that staff report back to council on implementing human trafficking awareness training for city bylaw and parking enforcement staff, delivered in partnership with Niagara Regional Police Services and any other relevant agencies, and made available to city employees who wishes to participate. And be it further resolved that staff engage with local business improvement areas, BIAs, including those representing tourism-focused areas, to promote access to human trafficking awareness training and prevention resources. And be it further resolved, the staff report back to council on the City of Niagara Falls becoming a signatory to the Code of Conduct of Human Trafficking Prevention in Niagara, including the requirements and implication of participation. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be circulated to Niagara Region, all Niagara Region municipalities, and the province of Ontario, including Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing and Solicitor General, for their consideration and information. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then we move on to 14.2. No, it's just her notice, and we'll deal with it the next meeting. Notice a motion by you, Councillor Carrier.
It's just to bring that up at the next meeting. Discussion. It should be please.
Okay, got it. All right, good. So we've got yours. Thank you for that. New business. Pardon me? Oh, yeah. Councillor Patel, then Lakoko.
Yeah, I would like to bring up the FOI request, how many we get per year, and how much it costs us with no time, staff time.
So is that direction? Just direction? Okay.
In new business, I want to talk about one thing is there's a lot of misinformation going on online about the proposed, it's not amusement park, it's called theme park from the province of Ontario. And there's lots of pictures going around. There's a picture right on the falls. There's lots of misinformation happening. There's no site chosen yet, has it?
No.
And if there is, then there will be public announcement, right, if it happens?
If the province did it, yes. And if it was marine land, that's private land.
Right.
And it's big enough to host at least 3 Magic Kingdoms. So they could host more than one theme park there. It's very big. So, but no, there's nothing at all. They're just trying to get expressions of interest so that people are going to look to do some major attractions in Niagara Falls.
Because I had a couple of angry phone calls that really ruining the look of the Niagara Falls because there were pictures going around. There's a theme park right around Niagara Falls. So I just want to make sure that's not happening.
No. That's the Parks Commission lands anyway, so no. I don't know why, because everything on the internet's true. That's odd. Okay, and Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I'm a little slow tonight. I just wanted to make a couple comments on amalgamation. I should have done it when we were talking, but I just wanted to bring it up. First of all, I wanted to thank the CAO for bringing that information to the public, so that was good. I think the issue is not that people do not see that we need to do something. It is broken. What do we do? I think the residents are frustrated with the process that came about in the last couple of weeks. That's where the frustration is. With the letters from the chairs to the mayor, that it did not include regional count, that there isn't any data shown to us to make an educated decision or informed decision. I understand that there's a lot of reports there from before and that there was no consultation with the public at this time. I did have a question on the fen sealing report. I know a lot of people have referenced that. It's not public. Is there any way that we can get it? Why wasn't it
So
published?
me and the former CAO met with them as well, as did everyone that wanted to, and we went to the region and we did our interviews, but it was never published. So what we heard, and again, I can't substantiate that, is that because their recommendation was going to be one city. And that's so, but it was never published, it was never shared. That's what we heard through the grapevine. Can't confirm if that's true or not, but you're right, they didn't share it. And then we had the public standing committee meetings in 2004, and same thing, we don't know what the outcome is. There's the Berkeley report of 2000, well, we know that one. That was a region commission that said there should be no region, and it should be 3 or 4 cities. So there's been a report after, and I just found out from our clerk today that we had a poll in our election in 1996, I believe. 97. And I didn't know this till tonight. I guess, I don't know, I wasn't paying attention back then. And he sent me the actual poll, and we got to vote on what kind of region we wanted. And it was, nothing came of that either. I mean, we've had more studies. I called it paralysis by analysis. I mean, we just can't make decisions. I mean, we get all the studies telling us we should do this, do this, do this, and then we go, thank you very much, put it on the shelf, and continue on. So I think this time they're more serious. Something should happen, and I agree with you. We could have done a much better job of how this came about, but here we are.
Yeah, here we are.
Here we
So
are.
let's do it right moving forward.
Yeah.
I just heard about this poll back in 97 too. Someone was asking me and I
Yeah.
was trying to find it and I couldn't find it, so
Yeah.
that was good. When I look at making a decision on a proposal, I always have lots of questions. Everybody knows I have questions. So, there's the high level about what we do, and then there's the logistics, all of the little minor details and everything. I did send 4 pages of questions to Chair Gale and the Minister of all of it's not minutia, but it's things that people are asking about, like what's going to happen about taxes, what's going to happen about debt. Will if we go to a 4-city model in Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake, and Fort Erie are one, will we all have the same amount of taxes charged to us? Or will it be based on something different? Anyway, like I said, I got 4 pages of
You sent them
questions.
already?
I sent them already. I sent them
Excellent.
today. And that's how I need to make decisions, is when I ask questions in order to evaluate. And I think that that's what a lot of people are missing. You know, sure, we can comment on the process, but unless we have data, information, we can't make an educated decision. So everybody's sort of stuck on there. Anyway, sorry I was a little slow and I wanted to
No,
bring
appreciate
that up.
that, Councilor, and I appreciate the questions. I'm glad, excuse me, you sent them in to Chair Gale, because now he's got them. Now he wanted them, he's got them. I'm sure he's got a lot of information going to him. And also want to acknowledge Jason, because I just dropped this on him the other day. Well, after your message, and you asked us, you thought we should deal with it, and so of course I put the monkey on our CAO's back, because he's got extensive background in when it comes to financial matters. I mean, he's as good as it gets. And in his former life, he'd be the guy doing one of these studies. And I asked him, what kind of money are we talking about for this regional study? And well, and what's the timeline, do you think? So what would, maybe, rather than me say, you're sitting right here, what was your answer?
Well, it would depend on scope, but you're probably minimum $250,000, most likely $500,000. And you're probably 6 to 8 months for a study. But it would depend on scope, and then there would be follow-on studies after that to execute.
So it would take us beyond the election, potentially, so a lot of questions, and we'll see where the province goes from here. I don't know where they're gonna go. Any other new business? Okay, so,
Is for all the other cities and all the other elected officials and residents, there's not enough data. You said there's a data, but people don't see it in their hand.
Yeah.
So there's not enough information and data. And lots of small cities are worried that they'll lose their identity without having a solid data to see that how it's benefiting them, right? So I think that's where most of the misunderstanding and most of the outrage is. And I think once we have that study done, everybody gets to say their piece. Every city has their reps talking to this consultants. I think it will be independent consultant doing the studies, right? It's not going to be a
I
region
would
doing
think,
the study.
that's a good question.
So, yeah. So I think once that's in, I think we will feel better that they said what they had to say and whatever comes out of it. And I don't think anybody's against to saving money either. Everybody wants to save money. And for me, I want to support the model that works for the taxpayer because they are paying for it. So I want the taxpayer affordability and works that's best for the taxpayers. And hopefully everybody's happy with that too. That's what I want. I don't want anybody to fight against anything because we're not going in the right direction right now, as you know.
Yeah, I said we're circle the wagons and shoot inward, you know? Yeah, we're good. So now, Councilor Pierangelo's not here, and he always does the bylaws. I'm lost. I don't know who's gonna do the bylaws. Nobody wants to do them. Okay, Councilor Patel, give the bylaws a first and second, third reading, second by Councilor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, and we do that in memory of Councilor Pietrangelo, and wish his son well. He's at the Briar, and he's playing against the gold medal. They lost to them? Oh. Oh, that was yesterday. Oh. Yeah? Well, hey, to lose to the gold medal world champs, that's pretty good. Well, that's good. They didn't use their finger at all, did they? There's none of that going on? Okay, good. Motion for adjournment, Councilor Newesteg, second by Councilor Carrio. All those in favor? And we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.